Alright, my PC's kind of loud, weather's kind of shit, but we got good stuff to flex for you guys today. It's good stuff. I can't take credit. It was all Kevin, as always. He's the mastermind behind these things. Jake's contribution was he just kind of screamed constantly until I could no longer sleep, and I put more time into this. But build diversity, chat. Build diversity. So, like, you'll see some people saying, hey, you use the same, like, 2 guns all the time on C35, and you can't clear with anything else. Well, I guarantee I can clear faster with a heck waiter than they can with whatever they're using. And we're going to do that. I'm going to use a heck waiter. I'm going to use a last rites. You guys have seen me use the head cannon. There's lots of good guns in this game, and lots of them are even in the quest reward category. There's so many I haven't even tried. But I got 3 good ones on me. I've got a mistrial on me as well. I've not tried it out yet. So we're going to do that too. But anyway, let's greet everyone. We got Doug Edgy. We got Itsukado, Atem, New Mexiben, Mr. Adblock, Reckless Monster, Jester, Emily, Jaybridge, Control, Sinju, Pirek, how you doing? Portal Knight, Pericles, Sweaty Palms. So. Let's jump in, and you'll be pleased to notice that I didn't have to modify my build much to do this. So I'm still on this Mist Dancer, which is decidedly off meta, and we can do some cool stuff. Hey, Sweaty Palms, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Don't mind me while my brain boots up. But thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Worlds, who's this handsome man? Kevin's over there, though. Cat. He's drinking water. He's not fucking with me right now. You have to headcanon refunds ammo after a kill? There's something in the ammo refund department there, Pericles, I've heard. I've not paid attention. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it. Owen Quag takes people's silly complaints and makes smart content based off of it. It's free real estate. It's free. It's literally free. Hey Doug, weather was rough, especially when someone leaves the basement window open. Ooh, no. Did you get some flooding? I live in an area where sometimes we get some flooding, and it hasn't happened in a couple years, but it's definitely annoying when it does. Better today, still weak but not choking on cough anymore. That's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. Look great today, good sleeps. Actually terrible. Cats screaming all night, knocking shit off my desk. My room's a mess because everything that was on my desk, not exactly organized, but is now just everywhere because they jumped on it all night too. It was just bad. I did not sleep well, but I am motivated by the need to dunk on people who need to understand that their lack of creativity does not equal game doesn't have creativity. Eternal Dragon, thank you so much for the Party of 35 raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Have you seen times 25 black powder yet? Can't find anything past 19? Yes. 25 is the maximum possible. I have a couple of those. I have some 21s. 25 and 21 are very good. Thank you so much, Eternal Dragon. How'd your stream go? Cats being cats? Yeah, Sinju. Is desk management the IRL inventory? Pretty much, Priz. Can't argue with that. Backyard has 3 inches of standing water in it at the moment. I'll show you 3 inches of standing. I don't know where I'm going with that. You a dunk video? Me thinking saw blades in melee for the longest time? No, see the thing with that Portal Knight is you were experimenting with an item you were unfamiliar with, and because the game is complicated, you came to an incorrect conclusion on the mechanics of the item. You did not downplay an entire game's, itemization based on an unwillingness to try things. You were trying things, which makes it inherently admirable. So no one should dunk on you for shit because you're a creative person just trying to do your best. Simple as that. couple of inches. We usually don't flood first time in years. Oof, I'm sorry to hear. Hopefully it didn't cause too many problems. Alright, let's do the thing. So, we're gonna... What do you guys want to see first? Last Rites or Heck Waiter? So I got 2 quest reward guns to use to start. I do have, over in the other side of the inventory, you see Pookie's 2 toy. I haven't even touched it. I don't think I've ever actually shot that gun. And I have a mistrial. But we got a Heck Waiter and a Last Rites. Which one do you want to see first? Shut up, Chris. No Calcon. It's possible to roll any legendary armor with any combo of 2 classes. All except 1 armor, Borbatron. The one that has exceptions is the Claw armor. The one that converts companion elements. That one always rolls one of the pet classes as a primary. So you'll never find that with primary Spell Shot, Berserker, or Stabomancer. It'll always be primary of the other 3. Heck Waiter, Heck. Try at the Stone Prisons like the Queen's Cry. Yeah, less interesting, but maybe. Take Me to Heck, Last Rites, Morning Zippers, how you doing? Doom SMG, Heck Waiter. Heck Waiter, please. Alright, we'll do Heck Waiter first. I'm in the Heck Waiter spec right now. So we're going to jump into the featured run. Mole Launcher. I actually like that gun, Yakumers. I've been trying to build around that a little bit. So the thing with this is it absolutely spits bullets at about a 15 fire rate, 3 projectiles per shot. It's a bullet hose. So yeah, you just you shoot it a lot. Does that melee damage? Echo hilt. If you're using a weapon that hits a lot of times, and you're using a capstone that makes your bullets ricochet, you may as well take advantage of all the surplus damage you're doing. Like, if you're hitting enemies near the one you're hitting, you may as well deliver a portion of that back to the main enemy. So while I'm shooting this guy, because he's super tanky, the other ones around are taking damage from not only my contagion spreads, but from my play the angles ricochets. And any damage I inflict on any of them goes into my Echo Hilt, which gives me a beefy melee attack to do. Last Rites is my favorite gun in the game right now. Last Rites is sick. Like, Last Rites is really good. I'm able to make that Heck Waiter perform, but the Last Rites is just like, hi, I'm here now. You can relax. And yeah, look forward to that one. Contagion's broken, we have the stuff for it. Not broken, it's working as intended. It's just good. Now, I'm not feeding into Contagion too much here. I want to say at peak right now in the current setup, I have like 108% status effect, so not huge Contagion ramp. But the majority of this is from the shadows, play the angles, complement this particular kind of weapon very well. It's a weapon that shoots very fast, hits very often. And because it's so many hits, that's also a lot of status effects applied, which does feed into Contagion a bit, but more importantly, Exploit Their Weakness stacks up very quickly. So we get that damage boost very quickly. I'm also using Corrupted Plate Mail right now, which is converting part of the damage of this Heck Waiter into dark magic rather than fire. And the advantage of that is that anything fire would match up poorly against, I'm doing another element. How does extra life and save your soul meter work? Extra life is just an extra life. Chaos Chamber runs, you go in by default with 3 lives. You see the 3 over where it says complete the encounter? Yeah, that's my 3 lives. Extra life just gives you another one. I love this room with this setup, because enemies grouped this tightly. That was the obelisk room with a heck waiter. Hey Pupty, how you doing? Wonder, can unarmored defense get +1 off an armor? No. Exclamation point armor shows every combination of skills that can roll on armors. None of them have unarmored defense currently. Now, it's important to note we will be getting an extra set of combinations per class when the new class comes out eventually, because it'll have, you know, 1 for each combination, well, 2 for each class combo. It'd be like new class primary, spell shot secondary, and vice versa, and repeat that for all the other 5 classes. So, in the future, maybe, but currently, no. Anyone else been not getting on-screen indications of the curses and moves? You have to have tutorials on J-Bridge in the options menu. I don't remember which menu it is precisely, but you have to have tutorials on.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. Better have some coin for all that trouble.
That's silly? A little bit. Let me up. Tutorials then caught me out, turned it off for a new playthrough, and thought the game was broken. Chaos Chambers. Yeah, I never turned it off. So it just kind of, you know, never really got me. Hey Remy, how you doing? Soaked effect and contagion work well with blue cake. So soaked and contagion don't really play too nicely together, because what happens is 2 of the elements get boosted by soak and 1 of them gets gutted by soak. And contagion will apply a dot based off of a previous dot. So as soon as it gets to fire, you just... I'm talking too much. As soon as it gets to fire, your damage just kind of disappears. So, Soaked lowers your consistency, and you could just use any of the armors that don't have that effect on Contagion stuff. Most tutorials do this positive. It allows you to see the descriptions of curses you've just taken.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Otherwise, you can't.
This world's no place for the weak. Falcon Fury.
How tall am I? 5'9". Yeah. I had to think about that for a second. I'm 5'9". Loving to have SDs. Yeah, J-Bridge. Great event. Great event. That was an unfortunate hit. My ward enchantment means I'm at low capacity if it's if I'm not at full health. But I was still able to do that much damage. Yeah, no weapon diversity in this game, by the way. This Heck Waiter actually shredding. Recommendation for a melee weapon on Spell Stabbo? It depends entirely on how frequently you're melee. and what your chosen main vehicle of damage is. Or you're possibly taller based on your posture. I'm 6'2". Yeah, I'm just very lanky. I'm a super skinny dude. So I just kinda... I've been told I have tall person posture before, but I'm very much not. I need ads. So Lachance is kind of fun when he doesn't melt immediately, because then you start using the ads to your advantage. And he's very slow, doesn't move too quickly, but he hits hard. So if you ever have to kite him to keep like a full health enchant on, it can be very, very entertaining. I like the Lachance fight when you have to do it organically. And the only reason I have to do it organically is because this is a fire SMG that can't be enchanted versus a bone health bar. There we go. We got dodge those cannons, yes. Alright, what was our time there? On the warm-up run, with a heck waiter only. 9:52 with a heck waiter only. So faster than 10 minutes on the featured run with a heck waiter. No Buffmeister, no Paradigm, no Spell Shot. Heck waiter. I want to hear the loon, I want to hear the cannon. I named my pet dog as well. Yeah, it just seems appropriate, you know? While I was going through early Chaos Chamber, I was using a super low-level Heck Waiter with Polymorph, Fire Off, Crap Loads of Quaking Thunders. Lots of fun, probably bad. That doesn't sound bad at all, Zippers. That sounds effective and wise. You're taking a gun that shoots 3 projectiles per shot with a 15 fire rate and a big mag, and you're using the fact that it doesn't do the most damage in the world to cause a lot of hits. That's good use of an item. Like, that's not bad, that's actually really smart. I like that. I was thinking about, as I was doing this, if I was to do this on a spell shot, I'd do spell shot, Spore Warden, so I could keep play the angles, but then I'd just use Polymorph. And not only could I play the angles off of the Skeep, I'd be spamming spells at everyone. Like, it works. Is it okay to say Last Ride's best Hyperion Shock in the game? I wouldn't say so. Because the Gyre and the Red Hellion are also really, really good. So it's one of those 3. But yeah. The builds don't work on Chaos 35. Yeah, Con Man? Not enchanted either? Uh-huh. This weather's fucking awful. It is, Mr. Aplock. It is. But as for the build, gear-wise, we only used this gun. We got a Primordial Heck Waiter. Quest reward cannot be enchanted. If you get a Primordial Heck Waiter, it looks like this. You don't need to worry about parts or enchantments, just get it. Sword Explosion tops it now. Sword Explosion's not a Hyperius shotgun, though. Sweaty Palms. We're talking about Hyperius. Yo, Mr. Mevo, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you continue to enjoy all the perks and whatnot. Last Rites will play the angles from Shadow is amazing. That it is, Doug. That's what we're using on the next run. Yeah, that'll be next run right here. Twin Soul with Amp Echo, same as the usual gun build. Hey, say Ellie. Thank you again, Mr. Mevo. Can you get quest rewards from Bunny's vending machines? Bunnies, no. Vending machines, yes. So as long as you've completed the associated quest on that character, it's now an item that can come up in vendors. Yes, cat. You are a cat. And then, you know, the usual plate mail. This is just the gun setup. Status effect, dark magic, damage, Sabomancer power here. I would have preferred all damage, but I guess status damage is okay. But yeah, just, you know, use gun build. Got 2 in Contagion, 1 in Elusive, max Nimble Fingers, 1 Swift Death, max Exploit Their Weakness, max Potent Poisons, max Haste, and pretty standard Spore Warden tree. So nothing crazy here. The gun just works. if you use skills that play well off of it, such as play the angles and from the shadows. Like, it's not terribly difficult to make a weapon work if you really want to. Now I'm going to equip the setup for the Last Rites. Yeah, Last Rites, I like to use a Cape of Tides. This is one that I happen to luck into. I want 3 points in Windrunner, because more fire rate would be better, but this is fine for now. This is just something I had. Gun damage, area damage is a good roll here. Ability crit chance, not really relevant. That's like for play the angles outside of From the Shadows, but that'll already kill, so that's kind of a dead stat. But yeah, let me, Frost. Do I change this out for something else? I think I do. I'm trying to remember what I equipped for this. Yeah, alright. Next run will be a Last Rites run. And this thing is surprisingly strong. Like, I always loved this gun, but leaning into it a little more. I hadn't used it since before Soaked. That's a Primordial Fragment Rain. Huh. Yes, please. No Hydras, but I'll take it. Sniper crit damage, spell radius, ability damage. Yeah. That's good enough, I'll take that. Started to consider changing my gear because I really stuck with climbing. Time to see how much better a claw feels after last hotfix. Clawburger got minor changes. And something to remember with the structure of this game versus previous games is your skill tree matters a lot less than your gear. Gear and myth rank kind of just do more than skill tree. It's more about being the correct classes, and then what you actually do within those skill trees doesn't matter much. Because the boosts you get in tree to most things are just kind of like nothing. Like 1 point in Arsenal is 3% melee damage, spell damage, gun damage. That is that is nothing, because look at a volatile armor being 35% gun damage for one passive. Gear matters more. This week, quest rewards have an increased chance to be item of the day, so it's a good time to get them now. I think they're also cheaper too. Yes, forgot about that, Reckless Monster. It's a good shout. What can we looking for most? I'm hoping for more Sword Explosions. Ooh, that's a volatile times 21 kettle drum with the crit damage part. That's really good. This is a really good shotgun, chat. Okay, if you want to know what a good black powder shotgun looks like, this one. This one right here. If this had been Primordial, this would be arguably perfect. Situationally better than 25. Because it's higher total damage. 4 less projectiles, but higher total damage. And yeah, 3 mag. 3 mag. This can be 3 or 8. 8 is a lot less damage. That's a really good shotgun. I think that's an upgrade, actually, for me. Here, let me compare that. Yeah, that is almost an upgrade over my 25. That's real close. Each individual projectile does more, but fewer projectiles. Yeah, that's real close. That's a good drop. But yeah, I'm looking most for, I want Red Hellions, I want Sword Explosions. If I get a Primordial Divergent, then I'll try that out immediately, because I do want to do a Divergent chucking build. I just have not used the gun, like, at all. Got a Primordial Cape of Tides for Mist Dancer, don't remember the perks for it though. So, certain class combinations of skills are just, like, not great. Once again, we have them all documented in the armor spreadsheet, exclamation point armor, but certain combinations are just kind of like, oh, I'd rather sacrifice one of my class powers, or both, for better skills. Especially in this setup, Spore Warden power doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't boost anything we care about. Oh yeah, by the way, this is Last Rites. Prepare to have a new favorite shotgun. What's this from? This is from, what's the name of it? It's the one where you lay the couple of ghosts to rest. It ends at like a headstone. I don't remember the name. It's better. +3 Wrath of Nature, +3 Double Knot with Spore Cap. Those are completely opposite things, Crook. Like, Wrath of Nature triggers off of ability damage. Double Knot is a spell thing. Spore Cap is a gun thing. None of those things have anything to do with each other. Yeah, what's better though? Not doing all of those things together in one build would be better, I would say. It's in Wartooth Shallows, yeah. 20,000 Years Under the Sea. Thank you, Jester. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing?
Turned away. Spell slots are ready.
Go. For what I'm asking, Double Knot also works with guns after you proc it. Double Knot is a bonus element on spells. It does not work with guns, it scales with gun damage. That is a different thing. Now, if you mean works with guns in the sense that maybe it triggers off of Fear Not Pixies, that's not it working with guns. That's it working off spells. So, are you aware? You're gonna have to be more specific in your wording. K6 suggested farming Mount Craw this week. There being 3 fast travels, vending machines, and all of them to farm. Yeah, Mount Craw is good for that. Queen's Gate is also good for that. Tangle Drift as well. All of those have 3 vendor locations. Fast clear. Morning, Micro. How you doing? If you don't choose a secondary class, is it possible to get legendary armor with only 1 class on it? No. It'll all roll 2 classes. Now, blue armors and below, rarity-wise, can roll with 1, but purple and up roll with 2. Drowned Abyss has 3. All with vendors. There you go. There's another good one. So I suppose it's picking which of those has the best load time for you. And in that case, thanks for testing. Not loot worms. It's gonna eat my spawn cap. I can't kill these, can I? I don't have any melee damage. Oh, I kinda can. Chaos Chamber is really fast loading, but only 3 vendors. Chaos Chamber vendors are also just worse for some reason. They just have smaller loot pools. Like, you just get fewer items in the Chaos Chamber. It's really weird. Your favorite map? Probably Mount Craw. I'm a big fan of Mount Craw. I really enjoyed... Now, I might be a little bit biased, because I was one of the people who was able to play a Mount Craw demo of the game a couple months before release. And I just... You know, I spent a lot of time there. There's no way of mincing the words. I spent a lot of time there, so I got attached to the area very quickly. Let's wait for money for the event. Chaos Chamber and sell launchers. Go to the launcher bunny and pick them all up and sell them. Or the sniper bunny, and if you get great bows, sell those. They sell for a very high value, but on average, launchers. Now, we didn't do any raid bosses on the last run, but I wouldn't mind doing Bunny with the last rites. It goes pretty well. We can do that.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Hey Onyx, how you doing? Armor Bunny? What about Armor Bunny? Seems like armors sell for a lot too. 37k. Do I have a launcher? 39k. Launchers sell for more. Especially because this is a non-chaotic launcher versus a volatile armor. Launcher Bunny. Still using last rites, by the way. Just want to keep a lot more armors and launchers and snipers. That's fair. You'll be making less money, though, because not only are the things you're getting less expensive, but you will also be keeping some of them rather than selling them. So if you're focused on money, that's going to be less efficient. But you'll still be progressing other things at the same time, so still potentially worthwhile. Maybe addicted to Vampire Survivors. Nice. I need my health back. Play the angles be good with guns with wing superiors. Yeah, but like, those are good with everything. What does Quartz do, by the way? You can kill it, and it'll spawn an elite. That gives you increased room progression compared to other things. It also drops crystals. Good job, Last Rites. Any particular reason why you're using Talons? Are they a bit underwhelming? They're underrated. I wouldn't say they're fantastic at all, Scoveland, but the main reason is because they're fun. They make me feel a little like I'm playing Flak, and I enjoy them for that reason. The cooldowns for giving enough The damage is good enough. They're good enough for what I'm doing. And I do not have interest in using the same spells on every build. What is Last Right's gimmick? It ricochets. It ricochets both off surfaces and off of enemies. And those ricochets are splash. The gun itself is splash, but... Hey, lazy. Rackstab PTSD. So this is Last Rites. Bad cause can't be enchanted, by the way. Quest rewards bad, by the way. No weapon diversity at C35, by the way. I only did it because Spellshot Buffmeister, by the way. Continue to fill in the blanks as you need to, chat. But so the moral of the story is just like, try shit out. Experiment. There's so many good items in this game that do things that, like, when combined together especially, you get crazy. Experimentation. Magic Barrage is trying. I want to find a reason to pick it up, but I can't really. Still, it's trying. But Hyperion shotties are bad. It sort of looks like a face puncher if you squint. Stop it. Found a really good purple Skulldugger yesterday as a lightning one with action skill start lightning enchant. Action skill active, I guess. And Volatile is just so perfect, had to pick it up. Yeah, that sounds good, Onyx. C35 killed the game. There's absolutely no build and gun diversity. Only Spellshot can play the game. This game's so unbalanced, no other class can play except for Spellshot with War Paradigm, and you can only use Pixies to deal damage. You make a build that's so broken you don't use a melee weapon or any weapon, you one-hit bosses? Yes. Lazy has done that. He's got a video out on it as well. It's a gunless Deadshot build that uses ice spikes, and they frequently one-shot things. That's a good crossblade. Keep in mind there are a lot of players who can't even get to C20, which is fine, but they're just the same people complaining about chambers. No, that's not... That's the thing, Chester. That's not what this criticism is aimed at. The casual players who are still progressing through the levels, they have no idea what C35 is like, because they don't play on it. The whole diatribe is aimed at the people who appoint themselves representatives of the community and then, you know, talk shit about build diversity at C35 when it's a them issue, not a game issue. That's aimed at those people, the people self-identified as more hardcore, who can't make shit work and blame the game. It's aimed at me? No, it's not aimed at you, Cheese, because you are open to new information, and you regularly experiment with things. So no, it's not at you. Also, what happened to 24 hours of Fortnite, Cheese? What happened? Where is it? How you doing? How was the rest of the stream? Regularly experiment with the headcanon. It's a good thing to experiment with. Oh, you can command for the damage formula thing? Yeah, exclamation point damage. Only on Chaos 18, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, Chaos tier progression is the longevity of this game. Like, if you're taking your time to go up through the levels, you're playing the game as intended. They don't intend for you to be like me on 35 with like 10 characters, having 24 days of playtime a month and a half after the game came out. That's not the intended audience. I'm weird. You're normal. What armor am I using? I got a Cape of Tides, Urban Mech. Tree was tired, so I ended early. That's fair. Let's do another last Rites Run. So this gun is just, like, good. It's got natural ricochets, and then play the angles, and... no. Shit like that happens regularly. The cryo efficiency seems to be really good on it as well. I very frequently freeze enemies. That was the fastest I've cleared this room yet. Okay. Hey, Black Touch, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. A lot of people on the platform you chose me. It means a lot. And I hope you enjoy all the perks. Emotes, ad-free viewing, cool sub badge, faster channel point acquisition, all the good shit. Thank you. Select the Twister C35, what's wrong with me? I love the Twister kettle logic. It does acceptable damage, it hits a lot of times, and it's good crowd control. Predictable crowd control is the big thing. Because it's not like, say, a Borderlands 3 Singularity, where everyone just kind of goes everywhere. It's a purely directional thing, so it's very easy to control. I like the Twister a lot. Also, it dealing dual elements has good utility. Twister is a good spell. This is a fast run so far. Not Pixie Streaming Guns with Wings? Yeah, Shrikes. Those are also incredibly powerful. Just they do different things than Pixies do. Still powerful. Inferior as a whole is just like good. Kind of slow on this room, but oh well. I don't trust myself to make that jump, so I took the long way. Save myself some disappointment. Morning, Daniel. How you doing? Buff Last Rites. Last Rites is sick.
Falconer's Fury! Don't do warning shots, and death is your reward!
Morning, Tub Nation. How you doing? Hey, Riding for Darkness. How are you? Cryptar, good to see you. Going swimmingly. Got a story glitch where I can't progress to the God's Wall. Anyone know how to fix it? It's first I've heard of any progression blockers, Tub Nation. I don't know. Anyone in chat able to help with that? Morning, Harry. How you doing? How's Chaos Chamber treating you so far? Fantastic. We're doing some showcasing of some quest reward weapons and how extremely powerful they can be when you build around them. And it's going real well. It's going real well. Alright, what was the time on that? That was a fast run. 6:13 with the last rites. 6:13. Poison Dart, good to see you. How are you? Last rites didn't need a buff. It got buff. If it got buffed, it'd be better in Sword Explosion? No, not at all. But, like, gun good. I discovered Deathless Gluttony and I feel dirty. Yeah, Pizza Trains. Gluttony, keeping the Gluttony's effect on with Deathless is a fun little thing. Yeah. It's Quadra Day again. It sure is. Rapid Fire, how you doing? Respectable time for a B-tier build. Yeah, B-tier. B-tier. Hope we get some things like MTD and GTD so I can watch speedruns. But you got featured runs for that. Featured runs. Same energy, really. Quite, do you think we should buff some Status skills and nerf from the shadows? That's an interesting question, Pericles. I don't know if you mechanically can nerf from the shadows in a way that does anything other than make people feel bad about it. Like, I think it's just is what it is. In terms of whether or not Stabo needs power increases outside of that, I waffle on that. Because Stabo does have some skills that are just redundant, and that's only going to get more and more apparent as the game goes on. But clearly, Stabomancer Kit still has enough to offer to be a desirable multi-class, even in some setups where you're not using from the shadows. So I don't know if it's one of those things that needs attention, it's just like a built-in flaw, you know? Like, not everything's going to be without weaknesses, and weak formula application is Stabo's weakness. Feature only here for a week, and then you get another feature. Prime sub ran out, but isn't popping up the option to resub. Try refreshing, Micro. Try refreshing. Maybe cap the duration? Maybe, but how would you do that? I mean, I suppose Reaper of Bones has its own, like, duration parameters, because it's a health thing, but I don't know. Maybe limit its duration. When you look at the achievement trophy stats, the vast majority of people haven't even made it to Chaos 10, let alone 35. When you read Reddit, etc., you think everyone's at 235 and bored after getting there with Pixies. They got there using, you know, the obvious things, or they downloaded a save, or they're not there at all and want to be part of the Cool Kids Club. You know, as of the cap increasing from 20 to 35, I want to say only 10% of the player base had reached 20, based on achievements on PS5. Or trophies. So, like, not that many people are at 35. Make it function like gorillas. I don't know. I don't know. I think all classes are damn good, although Claw just needs some more slight buffs and spell needs it needs Jesus.
Dive in it like a swimming hole. Then I'll pay a cleric to resurrect me because jumping into a pit of gold.
Are the arms out today looking all muscly? It's just that I have no body fat. That's all it is. But thank you. I'll take the compliment. I'll take it. I want to do some Blazing Volley stuff, because this gun, like, the more I look at it, the less I want to shit on it. Because if I could make a Heck Waiter feel really good, then a Blazing Volley is gonna be nothing but upgrades. Because it's more total damage. Sure, less bullet spam, but good damage application. It's splash. It's got a decent dot value. I guess the big thing would be how fire rate affects it. If the burst delay does anything weird, like a lot of BL3 guns. If you can get good burst delay on this thing, it would be pretty good. Try doing anything with Wizard's Pipe? I haven't. Equator feel good for enchants, if it had enchants for your average build. It feels good already though, Micro. Here's the thing with Heckwaiter. Yeah, it can't be enchanted, but for most builds, your gun enchant is your least important enchant slot. Seriously. Like, look at the guns that I do have enchanted for this build. Enchanted Stabomancer, reloading during From the Shadows extends duration by 2 seconds. This effect has diminishing returns. I get maybe 6 seconds out of this if I really reload, like, a lot. That's not increasing my damage in any way. It's just increasing my access to my damage. But it's not increasing my damage. Well, so, like, what am I losing? Yeah, cat doing cat stuff. What am I losing by not having a gun enchant on these 3 guns? Not much, because I still have damage over here, I still have damage over here, I still have damage over here. If you're running an Ambi-Hex build, you get a whole ass extra enchant slot if you really want to make it up there.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Like, you're not losing that much by not having a gun enchant, really, honestly. The impact of one enchantment slot, particularly gun, is vastly overblown. Now, if you're using specific gun enchants, like Spore Fuse, then yeah, losing that can hurt a lot. But if that's not applicable to your build, it's just kind of like nothing. You just use the gun anyway. I'm not saying I don't think they should be enchanted. I think they should be enchantable. But they're still good without them. I don't have a cat in petting range right now. Jake is by my window. Kevin is wondering what Jake is doing by my window. Kevin, you want to come here? Yeah, Kevin's coming here. Come on. Come on. There you go. Good job. Okay, good boy. Oh yeah, I'm rolling shotgun money. Got a C-35 on Clawbringer as my first character, as well as C-20. Hammerbuster didn't use pixies, so I think I'm good. My first that I got the C-35 on was my gun Clawbringer as well. That's Swifty. How you doing? Nice, Kyler. I get a lot of volatile Hawkins, but I have one that's already better than that, so... Hey, I haven't gotten a Shock Sword Explosion yet. Sick. I'll take that. The enchant menu auto-scrolling back up to top after each is easily one of the most unnecessarily annoying things in this game. Yep. This game is exceptional until you go to anything having anything to do with the UI, and then it's just... Please forgive it. It's a good game. It knows not what it does. Please forgive it. Hey Pollution, how we doing? We doing great. We are flexing some quest rewards. We had a sub 10-minute run with a Heck Waiter. Then we had a really fast yellow raid boss melt with the last rites, and then we had a 6-minute run with the last rites. Everyone knows about the head cannon. I've not used Pookie's Chew Toy, and it also got nerfed, and I also don't have a primordial one. I don't know if I want to use a non-chaos tiered Pookie's Chew Toy. But thinking about it, the black powder ricochets might play well. Do we just try it anyway? See what happens? Classes you rockin'? Spore Ward and Stabomancer. We just try it anyway, chat? Non-chaos tiered Pookies. What was the size of the nerf on this thing? It was like 40% or something? I've never even shot this gun, personally. Try it? Alright. Just a regular masher? Alright, cool. Oh, it's got a speed loader. Feels nice. Alright, let me change to appropriate gear for this thing. How bad could it be? 28.7. Thank you, Crook. It's 28.7% nerf. I'm on Chaos 35 using a non-Chaos tiered one, so this is, 6 levels under what it could be. Let's see how it goes. Well, it's good. I've never fired this gun. Sweaty Palms, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. And for the kind words. So, like... But build diversity doesn't exist. At what point do we start telling people unironically skill issue? This gun kind of like the Maggie? Feels a lot like the Maggie, if I'm being honest. Maggie with a really big mag? Maggie? Gun kills Dragon Lords in 2 minutes, 10 levels under, so I think you're fine. Yeah. I think it'll do pretty okay. Now, at this point, understandable. Special effect is it regens mag ammo randomly per bullet hit. That's sick. This gun is sick. This isn't even chaotic. I kinda see why this thing got tuned. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't understand it before. Now that I'm using the gun, I get it. I understand. It's a masher? Yeah. This is the Poke's Chew Toy. This is the one I'm using. Not even chaotic. Ammo regenerating Maggie. That's pretty sick. Nerfed because speedrunners are murdered with it. Yeah, I think everyone knew that's why, Crook, and that's why it kind of puzzled people, because it's commonly known that speedrunners just downpatch or run without hotfixes, etc. But I guess their attention was drawn by the speedrun, and then they used it elsewhere, and were like, hang on, yeah, this is... It's the Margaret. Can we start calling this the Margaret, chat? Yes. Alright, Austin's with us. Love it here, by the way. Love you, Control. 12 fire rate? Yeah, it's crazy. This gun is cracked. Pookie earned that toy. 180 times 5 with a 12 fire rate. Not chaotic. 1.8 reload time. Mag size 5. Has a speed loader. Has a melee part. Regens ammo. What? Well, we now have the 4 quest rewards. The 4 horsemen of build diversity. We got the Heck Waiter, the Head Cannon, the Last Rites, and the Pookie's Chew Toy. I wanted a 4th quest reward for the weapon slot, and this is it. This is it. If only it had bow accessory. Yeah. It also just feels good to shoot. It's got that Jacob's black powder thing going on. You know the groove. Next, gonna bust out a quest melee weapon. I've already done that a bit. The body spray. The axe body spray. Yes, it's an axe called body spray. I love it. Is actually really good for regenerating health. Its special effect is that if you use it against an enemy that has a status effect, the vampire hilt effect gets doubled. So instead of 10% HP and wards, you get 20%. So it's 40% of your effective HP back per hit. You can stack attack speed, melee swing speed, and just be unkillable swinging a body spray. You just can't die. It's really good. The metal loot is the projectile it spawns. Think of it like the Banshee projectile. It's kind of like that, but in fire flavor. The Goblin's Bane is one of the few melee weapons that has a unique hilt effect that affects all of your melee, not just your swing. So the Goblin Bane's bonus damage to high HP enemies applies even to things like your Clawbringer's Hammer Throw and your Ghost Blade. That's another quest reward. Note about all those melee weapons I mentioned. Those are all enchantable. Those are all enchantable. Typo got me thinking, at BO3 we had heavies which were midi-trons, now at this point we don't have midi-nightmares called enhorsers. I need it. I need it. Please. Enhorsers. That's too good to not get used. Don't you use your ass on me, sir. There's my action skill. Goblin's Bane broke for me, so I can use it anymore. Broke for you? What do you mean? Does loot luck help with the vending machine rewards? That's a good question, Stocks. So, like, I don't know how exactly it iterates them. In BL3, there were a few blue and even one white item that they were uniques, but they kind of were part of the legendary pool. So legendary, they counted as legendaries. They just weren't, you know, the rarity legendary. I don't know if quest rewards are treated that way in this game. I do not know. This cat is losing his goddamn mind. Hey, Vend, how you doing? Morning, Foster. How you doing? Haven't had a chance to play the hotfix. Can I get your spices taking the changes? The entirety of the Torg manufacturer was buffed, and it's super scary. But the individual buffs to the Sword Explosion have made it super fun. The buffs to the Hawken have made it super fun. I haven't tried the Divergent out yet, but I've heard good things. The class changes are good. Clawbringer got a light touch, but it's helpful. Ghostblade buff for Stabbo is pretty nice. Doing good, kind of busy with work. Glad I can watch you today. Glad you could be here. Cat's losing his mind because of the power of the chew toy. Honestly. It's going to fire bullets at all anymore. It's an issue I have with all the COV weapons. That's a different thing, Sinju. That's Goblin Repellent. I've never used that gun, but I've heard of that bug. I've not had it. Trigger finger training. Don't get muscle cramps. Yeah, stay hydrated. And these are in vending machines this week? Yes, quest rewards are always in vending machines as long as you've completed that quest on that character, but the rates are increased this week, Tender Madness, and I believe the prices are lower. Haven't used a max level 1, all I know is pre-nerf I use a level 32 one to carry me to Chaos 10 on Clawbringer, sounds about right. Banshee's Well is pretty good too, or whatever that is, same with the metal loot. Yeah, there's a lot of good quest reward items. Yeah, the forward. The only way to get these now in Chaotic, Volatile, Primordial is vendor farming. Yeah, you can get them in the highest tier from the quest itself as long as you've not done it on that character, but I believe they spawn at level 39 if you get it as the quest reward, so you'd want to vendor farm and get lucky. But fortunately, they don't have part variants, so you just need to get the item at the correct tier once and then you're good. Now, the spells have some part variants, but the guns don't. I don't know if the melee weapons have variants at all. Stickies got stronger then? Yeah, the entirety of Tor got a buff. It's crazy. So you wouldn't classify the Sword Explosion change as a BL3 Herald level overtune? Oh, it absolutely is, but it's because it was a 3-level thing, J-Bridge. They fixed a bug with the sticky mode where it wasn't scaling damage the way it was supposed to, so that increased the damage. And then they also buffed the entire Torg manufacturer, so that increased the damage. And then they individually buffed the Sword Explosion's damage, fire rate, and projectile speed. They could have left off the damage buff to the Sword Explosion, still changed the projectile speed and the fire rate, and fixed the sticky bug. And they could have left off the Torg manufacturer buff, and the gun would have still felt great. Just the bug fix would have been enough, honestly, with how powerful it is right now. So hopefully, if they do rein in the damage, they keep the quality of life stuff intact, the projectile speed and the fire rate in particular, because that made the gun feel fun. Not only pre-fix was the gun not good, it also wasn't fun. But now it's fun and too good. So hopefully they maintain the fun if they decide to tune it down. But it's unquestionably the strongest gun in the game now. Which one spawned at 39, headcanons 40? Really, it might be specific ones then. I know the Hellfire, at least in my experience, spawned at 39 when I was trying to farm the quest. It was consistently 39. I got it at Chaotic, level 39, and I was level 40. So I don't know. Maybe I don't have a big enough sample size. Seen Contagion build with Salamence Claw, hit 400 mil dots. Yeah, you can make Contagion hit for over visual damage cap, Portal Knight. It's just kind of what it does.
I'd give it all for a little more.
Any tree combos or build ideas you've tried that just don't work well at all? In terms of more difficult to get value out of, Claw Grave is a bit of a tricky one. You can get value, it's just harder. More gear dependent. Same with Claw Spore. Claw Spore is just about the least amount of damage formula you can get in a skill tree. You have lots of outlets for your damage, you just don't have much formula, so you need to make up that in your gear. We're going to use Tesla today. So we absolutely destroyed the chamber with a Heck Waiter. We absolutely destroyed the chamber twice with the Last Rites. And then we're now absolutely destroying the chamber with a not even chaotic Pookie's Chew Toy. I want this shit at Primordial. I need a Primordial Pookie's. Because this thing is a death machine. Maybe it's a bug with what level you picked it up at. Yeah, it could be the level you pick up the quest. Could be. Margaret. Sorry, it's the Margaret control. Yes, this is the Margaret. We're using the Margaret today. I was greedy. I shouldn't have taken that hit. No, I don't have my health enchant now. And I'm so greedy when I fight Lachance. I gotta get better at that. Should just be your awesome build. I mean, I'm playing a Spore Warden Stabomancer. Which, there's multi-class combos that get you more damage. But I like this combo. It's fun. And there's a lot of goalpost moving when you prove the power of something. I'm not saying anyone here is doing it, but I know this happened to Priesticles the other day. He put out a build, which was, you know, just a good build, pulling good numbers. And then someone was like, "Well, that's just the gear." Like, yeah, that's a part of the build. that's the point. You use item to make other item better in combination with gear in general, and then skill tree and item interaction, and you make thing good. That's just how it works. Hama's probably one of the less powerful ones, probably. Hey, morning, Harf. How you doing? Happy weekend. Happy weekend to you as well. Hope it's treating you well. Hey, Tom, I got back. How you doing? What are you playing today? Can't say I've seen this game before. Yeah, I've never streamed this game. It's called Tiny Tina's Torglands. Build's only good if everything is bad. But if everything's bad, then it's proof that everything needs buffs, Jaybridge. So they just hold about 3 or 4 separate shitty takes at once, so they can just goalpost shift to the next one whenever someone proves them wrong. Volatile Red Hellion. Non-elemental, though. I'm looking out for Red Hellions. Is that 2 separate non-elemental ones? Or is that just the same one I'm looking at twice? Pookie's Chew Toy. Actually cracked. Actually high tier. Who would have thought? And there's ways to get more damage out of this thing. Also, I'm using one that's effectively 6 levels down worth of damage. Dahliar you get from the mission that unlocks Crack Mask. Try it out. The Mistrial? I have one. I was kind of underwhelmed. Pookie's got a nerf too, didn't it? Yeah, it did, Harf. And, like, I see why now. I didn't understand when I'd used it. I knew, like, intellectually speaking, it was because of the speedrun. Sure. Allergies, sorry. They noticed the power. It was a long-term item in the speedrun. So they toned it down. 27%, according to Krug. It's still really good. It's, like, really good. Tina's Sword Explosion lands. Have you experienced a bug where you smash the large crystal chest and basically send you straight to the moon? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's a physics thing. It's very strange. Prime would be 301, 302 damage, by the way. Per projectile? Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's, I need a Primordial Pookies. This thing slaps cheeks. It's so good. Is it always Masher? Yeah, it always has these parts. That's another thing that makes these guns so desirable. Like, every Heckwaiter that's Primordial looks like this. Every Headcannon that's Primordial looks like this. Every Last Rites that's Primordial looks like this. And every Pookie's Chew Toy that has no Chaos Tier looks like this. Fixed parts. Which means you just get the item of the appropriate tier, and then you got it, you're good. It's basically the Maggie of this game. Yeah, we started calling it the Margaret. Because it's not only a masher with a built-in speed loader and a high fire rate, and good damage. Yeah, Kevin, I'm telling them. I'm telling them. It apparently has an ammo refund mechanic. So, like, it's good. It's just good. Let's do another last Rites run, though. Because that was enjoyable. Okay, but it's blue. Legendaries still suck. You can't win. There's always, like I said before, there's another talking point that the goalposts move to. You can't win. But damn if I don't get content out of it.
Enter the cave. Elemental Eagle.
Another interesting thing I noticed yesterday. Those Spectral Talon spells, the pitch of the bird changes with the elements. Now, that's kind of just useless information, but I thought it was cool. Like, the Dark Magic ones have a deeper pitched cry than the Shock ones. Is this Health Bug? This is Health Bug. Gun's good, it's not that good. Any Quest Sword snipers besides Teeth Gun? Ironsides. Ironsides.
Come on, have some fun. Go.
Honestly shocked how many people went back to BL2 at the end of the day. It's whatever makes them happy. Can't go back to that game. It's been so stale for years, so grinding a lot of respects. Some people just enjoy it, but remember, there's always some people who make it their entire footprint on the internet because they can't define themselves by any other kind of content to say, hey, look at how many people went back to this game. Clearly this game must be better. When they themselves helped create the narrative that new game bad. It's the same people that throughout Borderlands 3's life, once a year, they'd get one tweet that gets really good engagement. and they'd use that as proof that the new game is dead and needs to be like Borderlands 2. At the end of the day, like what you like, and don't make it your entire personality to shit on a thing you don't like. It's exhausting, and it makes you look like an idiot. Love all the Borderlands games. The BO2 crowd's so exhausting. The crazy thing about it, Harp, is even if that game was re-released, like, everything exactly the same here in 2022, they would still find a way to say that the original is better. It's not about good faith arguments. It's not about that. It's about, hey, nothing else will live up to this, and I'm gonna make sure everyone hears me say it every day. Like, everyone's got preferences, and that's natural and should be encouraged. Like, differences of opinion are what make conversations like this more interesting. If everyone liked the same things, this shit would be so boring to talk about. But, like, at the end of the day, if you are out here trying to actively sabotage the community that prefers another game for not being a 10-year-old game that you were not even a fully developed adult when it came out, so you don't know what you were talking about, you don't remember how that game actually was. Like, it's sad, it's exhausting, it's made me think less of several people. I'll just be direct. Like, liking something, sure, go for it. You don't have to like everything I like, I don't have to like everything you like. But the amount of, this game should do this thing that this other game didn't actually do. Okay, buddy. Okay. Difference between saying what you prefer and crapping on anyone who likes something else more? Right. It's just like the thing. It's not this binary thing of, if you like this thing, you have to hate this other thing. You can just like one thing more, or less, or equally. You can let people enjoy something. You can not try to sabotage the newest game every time it comes out. Cookie Pistols at level 40 from Quest? Cool. Primordial Blue Cake, yes please. Primordial Fragment Rain, yes please. That's how I feel about most people. It's a difficult kind of person to interact with, Silent. It's very difficult. Concerned, got a sword explosion with ×3. ×3 is better at mopping. A little bit less potential damage in bossing. And it eats your ammo a lot faster. But there's no such thing as a bad sword explosion. Like, both variants are good. Just one is slightly more suited to one scenario than the other, which I think is good balance. It's good design. Class Rites is so sick. All those ricochets, it's so satisfying. Also, good morning, good morning. How dare you enjoy things? Only I can enjoy things. Yeah. These kind of enemies that give you nightmares, they are a bit awkward, especially when you get them on like the Defend Butt Stallion statue one. It's like, oh, well, I guess she's dead. I think it's crazy. People keep asking for Unreal 4 BL2, and I don't think anyone would want to do BL2 farming with BL3 load times. Nope. Kettle drum times 16, is that decent? Yeah, that's decent. You're looking for ideally 21 or 25, but 16 is definitely a good start. Definitely a good start. On a times 9 body rocker, it's very good. There you go. Proof that you don't need perfect parts for an item to be good as long as you're going in the right direction. You enjoy games in this year? Shocker, right? Wow, you played Weird West? I've not. Tell me about it. First I'm hearing about it, actually, too, Poison. That's pretty good damage considering, I didn't have my full health enchant. Like, seriously, this enchant is so much of my damage, and I didn't have it on. That surprised me. Seems to be a certain portion of the population that defines themselves not by their likes or interests, but instead by what they hate. It's exhausting. Yeah, like, that kind of personality, fundamentally, eventually everyone you know will hate you if you're that kind of person, because you don't provide anything positive to any sort of conversation if that is your personality. It's like, there's no back and forth, there's no nuance, there's no, it's just a hate spewing. And I'm sure that's how some people see me, like, whatever. Everyone's got their own perception of things, but the way I see it is just, I don't know. Certain Borderlands Twitter personalities are just kind of awful to interact with. Hey, Love Spooge, how you doing? Don't provide anything positive doesn't mean everyone will leave me. Sinju, you provide lots of positivity. You're one of the first people in my chat every day with a kind word to say, and you hang out and you're part of the community. Like, that's something positive, and that's without knowing you personally at all. So, like, someone who barely knows you already has something positive to say about you, which is more than I can say about the kind of person we're talking about. So keep doing you. Third-person isometric immersive sim by some of the devs who broke off from Arcane. I really enjoyed it. Yes, published by Devolver. Ooh, that's cool. I'll have to keep an eye on that. What's the name of that again? Weird West. I'm gonna write that down. I actually keep Notepad open just to write random things down so I don't forget. Like, currently, it's pay insurance bill, order new litter box, play Weird West. You tried right try Space Punks? I actually do have access to Space Punks. Peric's been trying to get me on that one for a while. Just getting me to actually play new games is difficult. Primordial Undead Pact. Fuck it, I'll pick it up. Be weird if I didn't. Can't confirm. Yeah, Priz has been trying to get me to try some games for like 2 years now. Eventually one gets through. You got me to try Remnant, and now I love that game. I have 4 or 6 characters for you. Recommend Stabbo or Clawbringer? For your next one, I'd say do them all eventually, but I've been having a lot of fun with From the Shadows with various stuff on Stabo, so maybe that. Clawbringer I like more in terms of identity, but I'd say Stabo is currently maybe a little more powerful. Because of From the Shadows. You been playing games inside Wonderlands? Nope. Nope. Didn't get as good RNG on this bunny cycle. Not as flashy as the last one. That's okay. It's still a melt. Unless you lose your champ like an idiot. Oh, that was unfortunate. Special effect this gun, it ricochets. It does very powerful splash ricochets, either when you hit a surface or when you hit an enemy. Let's have a travel time. Far Pookie for you. Oh, thanks, Kirk. I appreciate that. Open beta now, played back in the closed beta, and grind on it hard. It's an isometric looter shooter, looks like Borderlands is a blast. I've heard nothing but good things, Harv. I've heard nothing but good things. And we tend to like the same kinds of games. So, yeah, I believe you. Haven't looked at the updates. Back for Blood's wild now. Tunnels of Terror, super intense. I've not checked out the updates. Eventually I'll circle back around to Back for Blood. Heard there's a new difficulty mode and stuff, too. Played Valheim? I've not. Actually, finally, after a month and a half of not seeing the sun, went back to playing some Risk of Rain 2, then immediately went back to Wonderlands. Do I have an addiction? No, it's just... I mean, maybe. Game's good, though. Ooh, okay, I'll show you guys what I mean about the pitch thing. So, listen to the pitch of the bird. Pills here. Okay. Different pitch. I just find that cool. Primordial with 3 in Wrath of Nature and gun damage. Yeah, I'll take that. Is the transmission good? Just got a Primordial Cryo one. I've not tried it post-buff. I've not tried it. Really liking Warframe right now, but I just know it's really hard to get into. Warframe's one of those things that's been on my to-try list, but I just never have the time to sink into a game like that. Got a gunfire addiction. I do own gunfire. One sounds like Bloodwing, the other one sounds like Bloodthirsty Wing. That's fair. Warframe takes so much time to sync, that's what I've heard. When Moxie was streaming it a lot, I almost got into it. And I had Mr. Viper in my ear telling me all about the game. I managed to not get into it then. Barely. Never have time to invest in a game like that. Looks like Quack's Wonderlands playtime. Well, this is different. Like, this is not only a game that I enjoy a lot, but it is my main stream content. Whenever a streamer switches their main game, you do lose viewership. And because this is my income, it's not only an enjoyment thing, but a business thing to just, like, play so much Wonderlands. Full transparency. I don't lie to you guys with that. This game is how I pay my bills. But I also love the game, so that's nice. I don't like 2-mag crossblades. I just don't. Like, it's good damage, but just very little access. Can I do Contagion build with Spore Stabo? Yeah, you can, Chippy. The only mandatory part is Stabo. Contagion build is Spore Stabo. Some people's Contagion builds. I've not done a Spore version. The one I'm doing is Grave Stabo. The only mandatory parts of it are Stabbo. Destiny isn't hard to get into, it's just confusing, that's all. Getting into it late is really hard. Yeah, because there's so much content in Destiny, and knowing what's in the game currently and what's not. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't do inventory management before stream. I don't have bank spaces. Oh no, this is gonna catch up with us really quick. Let's do another Heckwaiter run. That was fun. I'm just gonna rotate through quest reward weapons for runs for a little while. I don't want to run fire, I want to run dark magic. There we go. Did I run Wyvern Ring for that? I think I did. Yeah, that's cool.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Mess with Tide Sorrow at all? That's the one that has the legendary version as well, right? I know the legendary version, the lightning bolts are bugged and don't do damage. I don't know if the purple has the same bug, but the legendary one actually just does 0 damage. Like, not a hyperbolic 0, like a literal 0. Does not register damage. Enjoy your lurks, Ninja.
See what happens? Now that's more like it.
Only had purples of it, just curious how well it might work with Soak. Thanks for testing. Thanks for testing. Presumably well. Soak is just kind of really good for anything that can conform to those two elements. It gets a little awkward on some setups, like, let's say you're a Clawbringer, trying to make use of the Storm Smite capstone. The awkward thing with that is half of it will get boosted by Soak, and half of it will get nerfed by Soak. So depending on the class, it gets a little weird, but it's not too hard to build around frost or lightning damage in this game. So Soaked is very very good for where it's relevant.
Cowards to kill.
I love the flak lines. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. Have a good one. Wiser seated spawns. Realize the vendors are the same for like the last 4 save quits. I've noticed that a couple times too. It's weird. 90% sure the purple version also does 0 damage to the bolts. Thank you, Stone Spawn. Sad to hear, but yeah. What dropped over there? I already forgot what that was. I have no short-term memory. I don't know if I even looked at that drop. That was a great bow. I definitely didn't. We love great bows here. Nope, Sag. Wasn't BL3 as well, not as common. I saw it a couple times in BL3, yeah. I think we need to see more quest rewards and vendors permanently. There's no good way to farm. An idea that I really liked, Irish, was the wheel in the DLC that disappoints everybody and serves no purpose other than not giving you the cosmetics that you're forced to go there for. Make that give quest rewards. Make it just the DLC items in the pool and quest rewards. This about the melee weapon. I don't remember the name. Storm Surge, I think is the name. The one that says it has a chance to call down a lightning bolt on enemies. Yeah, that lightning bolt doesn't do damage. Like, not a hyperbolic doesn't do damage. A literal, it does not apply damage. Oh, I forgot Fire Friend. What gun are you using? Is it a blue quest item? It sure is. This is the Heck Waiter. How do I get a Buffmeister or liquid cooling weapon? Easiest way to get a liquid cooling would be farm Lycia, who is the obelisk boss in Crackmask Cove, I believe. Buffmeister, you'd be looking at going for the Spells Bunny in the Chaos Chamber. I thank you, you're very welcome. Hellwalker versus Heckwaiter. I prefer the Heckwaiter because burr. You could make the Hellwalker go burr too. 'Twas a thing. I just like the Heckwaiter more for some reason. I don't know. It would have been cool if it had the sounds though. I liked the even more so than the riff you got when or the chord you got when shooting the gun. I liked the riff when you picked up the Hellwalker in Borderlands 3. I was kind of expecting that, picking up this gun off the ground in this game. Like, I dropped it and picked it up immediately, and it didn't happen, and it made me sad. Buffmeister, your favorite spell? No. It makes me want to remove my face from my face. But whether or not I like it does not matter to people who want to know how to get it. So, like, I'll still tell people how to get it. Me not liking something doesn't mean other people have to not like it. I just like to explain exactly why I think it's bad for the game. But I'm not gonna, you know, gatekeep people from using it. There's a fine line.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Play the angles does that objective immediately with all the little guys. That was great. Oh, I'm in a corner. That's a bad corner to be in. You have a dot on you. Okay, there we go. Is there a Kevin near me? There's no cat currently near me for me to pet. Just tell people it's a world drop. Unfortunately, bastard. It's toxic. No, he puts Quag in a corner. Except for that enemy type. And anxiety. And also Quag sometimes when he's feeling nasty. Except Vesper. Vesper too. Bullet reflection. That hurts a lot with this gun, actually. Ow. Okay, how do dot builds? So the main thing people do with dot builds is they get as many points in contagion as possible, and then you want to get enough status effect damage so that you have over 100%. That's like the minimum. That's how you can get the interaction where if you get lucky enough to apply Contagion and have it re-trigger itself a few times, then that's how you get those big millions dot ticks. The other stuff that supplements that is stuff like Exploit Their Weakness, is just good damage debuff that benefits from stacking dots. Status Effect Chance ensures your consistency in getting that first dot rolling. I like a Pandemicium to start my Contagion chains. But the core tech is just this right side of Sabomancer tree. Yeah, max all this shit. That's the main bit. Where I check status chance, there's no slot in it. Like, there's no stat for status chance in the menu over here. But each item has its own base status chance. So you see this last right says a 6% chance to apply. You can get increases, and those, to my knowledge, function the way crit boosts do. They multiply the base. So let's say you have a 100% status effect chance on your gear. This would have a 12% chance to apply per instance of damage.
Natural killer, okay?
Do you know Heckwaiter was good even at Chaos 35? A lot of people didn't, because it's one of those things that is victim to people exaggerating the scope of, or not the scope, people minimizing the scope of what you can use to succeed in this game. There's a lot of people who are absolutely adamant that there's no build diversity, there's no item diversity, you have to do this to succeed in this game. And no, that's not at all true. People project their subjective experience as the truth of the game, and that's not true at all. All stream today, I've only used quest reward guns. I haven't even touched my headcanon yet, because I've already made content with this one, and everyone knows the headcanon's good now. But I've been using the Heckwaiter, the Last Rites, and the Pookie's Chew Toy, all stream so far. And they clear very effectively. You just need to build around them, same with anything else. This game has lots of options. I encourage experimentation. You mean Margaret? Yeah, sorry. Not Pookie's Chew Toy, the Margaret. Remember, chat, there's a big difference between I, the individual, have not been able to get value out of this item, and I'd like to know how better to do that. That is a very different sentence from, this item isn't good, there's no options. Very different sentence. So I encourage, if you're using something and not getting good value out of it, ask around, see how other people are using it. Maybe you missed something. Saw immune on Lashansar, what's he immune to? Poison, maybe? Poison dots? I don't actually know. How do people still not know the rules of Borderlands games yet? Anything can be good if everyone put enough effort to build around it. Because some people, Harf, they have this mentality about these kinds of games where if they don't succeed at something, it's that thing's fault, not theirs. It's an infallibility complex. Have to get some work done. It was nice tuning into the stream. Thank you again for your generosity earlier, Sweaty Palms. Great having you around. I hope to see you again next time. Oh yeah, I like that idea. I'm gonna blame the things. I can do that, right? You can. It's like the commercial. It's my money and I want it now. Why this game? It's my DPS and I want it now. Unfortunately, the same thing happens with Risk Run. You see a lot of subjective statements being tossed around as objective and facts. Yeah, Handsome Sultan. I remember when Void Fiend came out, there was a huge wave of people asking for Void Fiend to get buffed because they thought he was terrible. Meanwhile, literally the first time I ever played Void Fiend, I cleared Monsoon. The first time. Like, I had no idea what I was doing, and I was like, hang on, this shit kinda bussin'. Void Fiend is cracked. Should look up Tropicana Crunch. It sounds like a food, and now I'm hungry. I'm not gonna look it up. I don't look up anything people tell me to in chat. I know better. But I'm gonna trust the reaction there and not do it ever now. Just orange juice cereal.
Are you prepared?
I'd try it.
We'll see.
Tastes better than mustard ice cream. I'd try wasabi ice cream. Is that weird? I would try wasabi ice cream. Let's do a headcanon run. Same gear should work.
Think you can make it?
$456 feature run. Let's go. Nice. Wasabi ice cream's a thing? Yeah, it is. Hear good things about pistachio ice cream? Yeah, I've never had it, but I've heard good things. Now, this gun will look a little scuffed at times because my aim is awful. And this is one of those you need to aim type of deals. But I'm still going to use it anyway, and this gun slaps. And I love it anyway. Tried farming Hot Mountain Dew. Flamin' Hot Mountain Dew. Why did I say farming? Ugh. Wasn't fun. Yeah, that sounds like a questionable one. Sloth. I'd probably avoid that one personally. Ever had bacon ice cream? No, but I've heard horror stories. Even the normal version of headcanon at level 40 is nice. Yeah, it's really good. Thoughts on Bonyface gun? I've yet to see anyone use it efficiently or use it at all. Its gimmick is that it restores wards, so it could be useful for that. The Chuck restores wards. I haven't tried to use it or build around it, really. But, maybe it's something I will at some point. Get back here.
Oh, I blame you for trying.
Backup gun on a Deathless Gluttony build? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good use. There's a lot of ways to restore ward in this game. You got the Harbinger Amulet. If you're using a static charge, you can slide to get some back. You got Mage Armor on a spell shot. You've got a Bonyface Soul Chuck. Literally standing still and I missed. Let's not talk about it. I was predicting or something. I don't know. Leave me alone. Be helpful on Glass Cannon Spell Shot to get ward back quick. Yeah, that sounds like a good play. I think Radiance on Claw's tree needs regen. It's kind of the same problem that the Purple Tree Capstone for Flak in Borderlands 3 had, where it gave you 100% shield, which sounds like a big number, but ultimately all that did was nerf you, because it made it harder for you to get uptime on Topped Off, which was a 200% cooldown boost, and, you know, Clawbringer has basically mini Topped Off, but bad, in its tree, but it's the same parameters as Topped Off. You want to keep your wards full for cooldown. And you can't really do that if it's bigger without an extra regen to help that. Also, it makes your amp wards worse because it doesn't make them recharge any faster. So you have more to wait. Capacity without recharge rate is a nerf. Hey Moonface, what's this cracked moonshot thing? This is the headcanon. We are using quest rewards today. Heckwaiter, Headcanon, Last Rites, Pookie's Chew Toy, the Margaret, are all really good. You just that thing slaps. Quest rewards are good. You just gotta build around them, same as any other gun, really. And find them, yeah. Getting them once is easy. Getting them again, that's the hard part. All the melee ones seem to be shit versions of legendaries. That's not true, though. Goblin's Bane has no legendary equivalent, and it's got one of the few unique melee weapon effects that applies to other things. You know how the Spellblade applies to everything that's melee? So does the Goblin's Bane. The Body Spray has a unique effect that's not copied on any legendary, where against enemies afflicted by status effects, excuse me, the Vampire Hilts effect doubles, so you get 20% ward and 20% health instead of 10 of each. So those are two unique blues that have no equivalent. The Metal Loot, the projectile has a unique formula and could be very desirable if built around. I've not tested that one yet, but I'm optimistic. One problem, can you help me with it? My Trap Scouting build can one-shot every boss in the game except for Maker and Barkenstein. Is there a way for me to get Barkenstein one-shot with a pure AAA spike spell build? Yeah, get more melee damage. Equip a Spellblade if you're not using one. Because Barkenstein's weak spot, when you hit it, it deals melee damage to the boss. So that's the most consistent way to one-shot Bark. Just maximize that. Use Echo? You don't need that bit. And if you're trying to one-shot, Echo fundamentally isn't a one-shot because you need to damage something else to get Echo. And Echo only applies to your actual physical melee swing. Orcanar's thing does the Fireball and Slam. Nothing else does that, right? Correct. Yeah, that's a unique thing. That's the only slam effect I know of in the game, actually, of Orcanar's Cog. Damn, headcanon, go off. Unique rings are pretty fun. Yeah, I'm using one right now. I'm using Elder Wyvern's ring right now. Shark Lesson ring is also very good. Insight ring, I want to learn more about because the concept is interesting, but it needs to be theory crafted. Melee Bark with a Primordial Cryo Spellblade. You don't need to actually physically melee Croak, you just need to have the Spellblade equipped. So you hit the weak spot with anything whenever it opens it up, and as long as you have a Spellblade equipped, the Spellblade's property of making your spell boosts apply as a conditional damage boost, that will apply to the amount of damage dealt by hitting the weak spot. So you just need to have it equipped, and then do your normal thing against the weak spot. Metal Loot Bar build? Yeah, I'm kind of working on it. Not on the... It's not on the main menu, but it's a back burner thing. Tell me why you don't like Buffmeister, tell me what to replace it with my Spore Zerker Frost Gun damage build, and I'm gonna do it. Okay, so the reason why I don't like Buffmeister is because I personally do not get enjoyment out of pressing an I win button when I play the game. It's the same reason I don't like Pixies in this game, because you press a button, they exist, and they play the game for you. It removes your agency and your build making, and it helps you build bad habits. If you know that item is there, it skews your perception of how good other things in the game are. And a lot of the naysayers who say there's no build diversity are people who have not put down a Buffmeister since day one, because they use it with everything, and then that skews because the Buffmeister itself, the way it applies the bonus element, it rewards things with higher projectiles. So you'd get more out of that on, say, this 25 shotgun than you would on this head cannon, because it's fewer instances of damage. So it kind of causes bad habit forming. It removes the satisfaction that I personally, as a build maker, get from making other things combine to work well. And for that reason, I don't like it. And also, it deprives you of your spell slot, and there's a lot of interesting spells that do interesting things. As Irish said, triple ice spikes are extremely powerful damage-dealing options. And they're frost, so you get the Berserker advantages there as well. You could try that. I like Arcane Bolts. They're very spammable if you've got any on-spellcast effects. Sigils are really good. There's a bunch of varieties of Sigils. Empowering Sigils are really good at freezing enemies around you, which improves your melee damage to frozen enemies. That's just a base cryo thing that exists. But also Berserker has a skill, Icebreaker, that is a completely unique damage formula boost against frozen or slowed enemies. So empowering frost sigils are really good there. Fortifying sigils give you a very large heal over time, which some classes don't get access to healing at all, so that can be very helpful. And they also give you a damage buff while you're inside. They heal your friends too, and your pets. Vigilant sigils spawn a bunch of hydras. That's another outlet for companion damage in a companion build. There's lots of choices. Tidebreaker. Tidebreaker's great too. Applies a really powerful debuff that makes any enemy you're hitting with frost or lightning damage take a lot more. Viola chance, holy. I don't know if DLC just have base game. Yeah, then just use the empowering sigil. I honestly prefer that for fun factor anyway. He got LeChunked. He did.
I choose you.
Delicious dot. Headcanon with plate mail is great at applying dots. I agree with Quack and everything except I love the Buffmeister, and that's fine. If you enjoy it, then by all means, use it in your gameplay. I personally just do not like the impact it has. It's caused this thing where a lot of people view the builds in this game through the lens of does it use Buffmeister or not. And the problem with that is there's not just 2 items in the game. There's thousands. So I don't think it should be defined by 1 item. That's my gripe with it. But by all means, if you still enjoy it, use it. Just not for me. Missed my melee. Awkward. Headcanon kind of struggling with this. I was facing the other way, Bunny. That's shenanigans. That is malarkey. That's outright tomfoolery. Maybe even hogwash. Brick is in this game, yet we have no punching. Have you ever tried meleeing with a weapon unequipped? What Perrick said. You can punch. Yeah, I missed enough melee that I got kind of out of sync with the loop. So the reason why I like an Echo Amp Twin Soul so much is because I melee to buff my next 3 shots and also deliver the damage of my previous 3 shots. So it's this nice little self-contained cycle that gives you a lot of additional DPS over time. And I did it a lot better there, and that helped. Then no melee damage or enchants on some fist weapons. But you can just use it. Remember, Irish, I made the point earlier about how losing 1 enchant slot is not a huge deal. These quest reward weapons I'm using, none of them have enchants. You can afford to give up 1 enchant slot. Try it out. And there's lots of things that you can use in other slots to boost your melee output. You know, you got Warp Paradigm got nerfed, but it's still good for turning one stat to another stat. You can still hold a live wire and punch with no melee weapon equipped. That's an option. You can absolutely still make it work. You can stack a ton of swing speed. Can I make Saitama? Probably. Wish you could hold your melee weapon though, that would be cool. That would have been cool. Yeah, I agree. Test as always, can I do this thing without it, and is it better with it? The answer to is it better with it is always yes. Unless you are doing direct damage that requires use of your spell slot. Then, in that case, no, it's not better because it's replacing that item. But in all other cases, Harf, the answer is yes, which is why I don't like it. It is a universal, hey, it make everything better. Even the Guardian Angel in Borderlands 3, which a lot of people disliked for being such a ubiquitous damage tool, even that had situations where it was not best to hold for improving the damage of another item. Quag doesn't like things better. That's not what it is. I don't like when something is the only option, because a lot of the conversation today is, you know, showcasing how there's so many options, so many different ways to tackle things, and that in a game like this, it's hard to ever truly define best. But when there's something that is just clear-cut best, that cheapens the experience in some aspects. That's the reason. Once again, if you still enjoy it, by all means, go ahead. But just explaining my reasoning for not liking it. Let's go melee weapons. I want to get more snake sticks. Too many people will buff Meister first and can't do without. Yeah, a lot of people don't do the 2-part system that Harf described of test with and without and see if it, you know, functions. Builds bad habits. Found a Primordial Last Rites last night on accident. Didn't even know what it was but couldn't buy it. Went to grind for more cash and it was gone. Today you're using it, what are the odds? Oh, I'm sorry, Stocks. You'll get one. You'll get one. I believe in you. Here, in your honor, we'll do another Last Rites run. I need a better system for swapping my gear out. I feel it, just giving you a hard time. I think it's important to keep in mind 90% of players will never get to the level of building crafting. It's a nice item in the game. Make every player feel really strong. It serves that purpose. Just my problem is it's still there at that peak. It's not something that turns off once you get to C35. It's still there. Stop build's fun. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Why do you make your encounters elite through the chamber? Because I forget. I can make elites on this run, if you'd like me to. I honestly just forget. Use the mage staff much? I haven't. It can do some interesting things. It is basically just shooting out sunder spells. So it can double knot, it can blast gasp. You can do interesting. Is this health bug? This is health bug. Wonder if there's a Deuce's Visage Fatebreaker build with Berserker Headcanon or something. You could make that move face. That sounds like a concept that could work. Ooh, Anchor. If this was a Chaos tier, I'd buy it, but I'll hold off for now. It's a big chunk of my money. What's this bug? So occasionally enemies will not have Chaos level health applied to them when you load into a map. So they'll die from like 9,000 damage on Chaos 35, which is not correct. You'll just copy-paste flag skills in this game? No, no. I just made a build that looks as much like Flak as possible, Bluefire. So thank you for the compliment. Did I change my armor? Okay, making sure I did.
Spells are spent. I've got all the magic I need. Go to the eye. C for effort. C minus.
200% amp shield, Sweet Dream. You need to wait enough time for it to build up to that, and it also drains more wards per shot with that move face. So more time means a bigger amp, but also a bigger drain. Brother and I had that the first time we did the feature run this week. Got Maker and laughed how fast everything died. Yeah. Tis a bug. Oh, I forgot to elite that room. We'll eat the next one. See, I genuinely just forget. It's a running joke at this point. I have a short-term memory that lasts approximately 4 seconds. Okay, I'll elite this one. This gun looks great. Yeah, it's sick. Okay, elite room.
Nasty, ugly, angry. They all break the same as the rest.
Oh, I just popped my action skill. That's toxic.
No one gets rid of
Oh,
that
that was the room. Okay. Can Headcanon come enchanted? No. These 4 quest reward guns I'm using, none of them can come enchanted, and they're still top tier items. They don't need it. Causes the rain. Some enemies occasionally summon a sandstorm or a rainstorm. It'll be tied to an enemy. At least that's my current understanding of it. That was a fast room clear. That was an elite room, by the way. Elite obelisk room.
You're in full bloom, ain't you?
On a conference call. Forgot what mission you get the last rites. 20,000 years under the seas, the name, I believe. I think it's in... Is it in Crackmask? Or is it in Wartooth? Wartooth. Wartooth. Thank you. You're welcome, Chimpy. What does Spooky's Chew Toy do? It's a masher pistol with just good stats in general, and it has some sort of chance to refund ammo on shot. I don't know precisely how that works, but even if it didn't have that, gun good.
Right, you need ammunition, don't you?
Like, I was using that not even chaos tiered Pookie's Chew Toy and clearing C35 efficiently. If I got a chaotic or a volatile or a primordial one, ooh.
Not this time.
Gonna get some lunch and tea, see you around. Take care. You feel better, Bear. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Can quest rewards spawn at chaotic or higher originally, or is it only in betters? They can, zippers. Any item in the game, as long as you've unlocked chaos tiers, can spawn at any chaos tier you have available. Appropriate to that difficulty you're on. So if you're on 35, quest rewards can be primordial. As long as you're on chaos 35. I think I missed. Thank you, boy. I need to heal off you. Come here.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Much better. Still struggling to climb chaos tiers on all my characters. It's not an easy thing to do. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm read only farm Pookie till I get volatile or prime. Nice. That's probably the way to go. Until they add a better way to do it, which hopefully they do eventually. Just tested at 40 and my quest reward spawned at 40. Maybe I was experiencing a bug then, because I know at least for the Hellfire spell and what was the other one? There was a second one. I don't remember what it was. I was getting level 39, and I know other people reported the same. Maybe it's something that was fixed at some point, but it's good to know. The Negotiator got a crack buff this week. Same as the rest of the Torg manufacturer.
Magic.
So, I don't know, maybe the Negotiator's desirable now. If you do the quest at 40, but before you turn Chaos on, I think you can randomly get 39. My experience was unless I turn Chaos on, I just got 39s. But I had Chaos on, because I got a Chaotic level 39 Jester.
Ah, you hear?
Well then, yeah. It's hard to figure out. Maybe the bug is if you pick the quest up before 40, you get it as 39. Maybe it's something they've addressed. You know, they've done a lot of bug fixes to this game. Maybe it's just no longer a thing that happens at all. My experience is based off of week 1 of the game, so it could just be something that no longer occurs. I don't know. What I do know is I need to kill enemies to heal. I want my HP back. There we go.
Spells are up. Come on then, let's get this over with.
reload canceled too early. I think it does consider Contagion interaction unhealthy. They haven't considered Pixies, Buffmeister, or Spellweaving unhealthy yet, so I don't know, seems unlikely. Contagion is an RNG hellhole, so probably not. Yeah, like, it has a barrier of entry in terms of stat requirements, and then it's still super RNG dependent. And then it also doesn't work on some enemies. There's some enemies that you can't put status effects on, so. Spellweaving is the other skills buffing it. When I said Spellweaving, I meant Spellweaving. Any movement speed boosting spells aside the Buffmeister? No. Which is one of the many reasons I feel Buffmeister could have been divided into like 7 different spells. Awkward. Stop running away from me. So contagious stuff's what I want to do in this game, which is dot stuff, and I like that. Yeah. Walking to stream, Quag slaying with uniques, understandable of a nice day. Notice that the reload cancel is not that forgiving in this game. Like, Torque Pistols only reload a few fractions of a second before the animation finishes. Yeah, they definitely did some things to reloading. Whether it's timing on individual manufacturers or, like, for example, there's no Skulldugger animation reload cheese that we've found so far. Whereas we had the Eruption spamming and the Pestilence and the Gargoyle spamming in BL3. The Rogue Imp is a Skulldugger with a reload effect that you can't do that with. So they paid attention. Just got the God Roll Explosion, life is good. Let's go, Mask. He's a Black Powder Crossbow Pistol. Yeah, that's the reload spam. Yeah. Point taken. Shit's reloaded a solid second before the animation's finished. And then do it again in co-op so that your reload speed increases apply, but the animation doesn't change. Shooting bolts out of your elbow or some shit. You mean the 9 mags? Ah, okay. Not tried Sword Explosion since the hotfix, I'm scared. It's the strongest gun in the game. No competition. Not even close. Bunny's not being super kind today. Let me check my quests. What's the name of the Poke mission? I don't know if I've done it on this character. What is it? Oh, we're getting distracted. That's headcanon. It's a walk to dismember. It's this one. Okay, I have done it on this character. Worse than a random lob update in BO3? No. Well, yes, because lob was a buff in prep for 2.0. Sword Explosion was a bug fix, an individual rework, and a manufacturer buff at the same time. Lob was simply a buff in preparation for enemies getting, you know, 11,000% more HP. Different thing. Sword Explosion, they did 3 separate things to it at once, and it mutated. Good parts on this ice bike. Shame it's repeating cast instead of simple. Hellwalker was... What do you mean, Dex? I'm confused. Went from meta godlike overnight, it really did. I forget when they did Hellwalker, way after 2.0. And Hellwalker still, like, it went from mediocre to pretty good. Like, it wasn't better than pretty good. Remember, Hellwalker was best in slot for a fat 0 situations in Borderlands 3. It was just easy to get, had no part variance, was popular, and was fun. It was good, but, like, it wasn't best gun in the game, which the Sword Explosion just unquestionably is in this game. Let's do another Pokies run. Let's do another Pokies run.
Now the fun begins.
What combo is Contagion part of for armor? Contagion is Stabbo Grave. Stabbo Grave. Will Sword Explosion benefit from Spore Explosion enchant? Yes. Yes, it will. That was Grave Stabbo. Exclamation point armor. I'll show you the spreadsheet. It's either Grave Stabbo or Stabbo Grave. I don't remember which. It's one of those. Is this health bug? No. Pookie just cracked.
Talons of the Tempest.
Is it? I might save quit just to be safe. Just to be safe. Because Pookie's good. Is real good. I'm just making sure. It's so hard to tell sometimes. And they buffed Hellwalker, and yeah, it wasn't overpowered.
I can smell the blood on you from here.
I've never actually used the Goblin Repellent, so... Think your boss gonna do anything about Contagion? I get this question a lot, huh? No, I don't. Pixies have gone untouched for a month and a half. I don't see Contagion getting touched.
Going down. Strike them down.
Goblin Repellent's nice, one of my favorite quest items carried my first playthrough. I'll have to give it a shot then.
Not dead, just a whole lot angrier.
Contagion also seems to need a very specific setup with some good investment to make viable, right? Seems balanced to me. Right. And even with perfect gear, maximum possible investment, you are still at the mercy of RNG. See the gun damage on the Sharksbane? Damage is more comparable to an amulet. Yeah, Sharksbane, when rolled gun damage as primary, gets double the value for some reason. No word on whether that's intended or not, but it is only the gun damage, so it'd be weird if that was an intentional design choice. How did I miss that? What's wrong with me? Really happy there's good incentive to play dot builds. Me too. Dot builds in this game remind me of BL1 and I love it. Yeah, it feels good stacking up dots. Definitely a fan of that as well. You do it with melee, guns, and spells. We're not talking about companions. There's some companion dot stuff that's interesting. Like, doing it with Snake Stick is fun. Snake Stick Hydras are very enjoyable, and I enjoy that item a lot. If by companions you mean pixies and shrikes, yeah, ignore those. Those aren't companions, those are guns that pretend to be companions. I don't count them.
The storm takes flight.
Honestly, the Wyvern can help with mobbing dot builds. It's not great, but it's decent crowd control. Yeah, the Wyvern's pretty good. Wyvern is definitely slept on. It can put out some good damage. It's just, it sometimes has difficulty applying that damage, is all. Kind of like the high roll, gun percent damage on the rings spell build seem very strong as is, so I'm fine with rings that give higher increases to certain damage percent to equal power level. The problem with that, Desertin, is if you're gonna give that increase in power to a stat, the stat of choice wouldn't be gun damage then. Like, I get the principle, and I agree with that principle, but shouldn't that then go to ability damage, or melee damage, or companion damage, rather than spell damage and gun damage, which are already the most abundant boosts in the game? Like, there's precisely one ability damage increase in all of the skill trees, and it's on Spore Warden. A class that isn't, like, overperforming or anything. And the only companion damage increases in skill tree? Guess what? It's still Spore Warden. I'm back. Welcome back, Sinju. Grave has one that's bugged. That is not a companion damage increase. That is a bonus element on companions. Different thing. Just like how Oath of Thunder on Clawbringer is not a melee damage increase, it is a bonus element applied on melee. Very different things. The initial reward can roll chaotic. Yes, yes it can. Grave has bonus and global damage per companion out. Neither of those are companion damage. So, Faithful Thralls is an all damage boost. It is global damage. That is not companion damage. It's a different stat. I'm not being pedantic, it's a different stat in the formula. It matters. And Harvest is a bonus element for companions, which is also not companion damage. It doesn't boost the base, it adds another number on top. Looking swole today? Thanks, Pragmatic. How you doing? Speaking of Harvest, is that bug unavoidable? I wait to clear stacks before I change rooms. As long as you're waiting to clear stacks, you're fine. Just never go through an area transition or a portal with Harvest active, and to my knowledge, that avoids the bug completely. I just do not trust my attention span, so I avoid the skill completely. I would love to use it in a non-bugged state, but I don't trust myself to remember to wait. So I'd rather just remove the problem entirely. So because of bugs, I now avoid both Dread Covenant and Harvest on all my Graveborn builds, which kind of makes me sad. But hopefully those get addressed.
You eating bag? Well, that going for you. Talons of the Tempest! Ready to bring the arcane pain!
This gun is fun. I enjoy the Margaret.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Sure, if you describe it like that, yeah, I guess companion percent would be fine with increase for Clobbering and Swore. Right. Like, increasing gun just kind of increases something that's already fine. You can mess with either of the Stabo buffs. I love your takes on this stuff, and you're already doing Stabo stuff. I've been considering doing some Ghostblade gun stuff, but it's very difficult to justify to myself because Ghostblade is just other action skills, but bad. So, like, you could Ghostblade, or you could just From the Shadows with Stabo Capstone. And it's Ghostblade, but your other stuff gets better too. And with no downtime issues, repositioning, going away when you're down, like, it's just better. If you want an action skill that deals melee damage over time like that, Dreadwind is better. If you want an action skill to deal melee in a short period of time, Storm Dragon's Judgment is better. Ghostblade is kind of one of those things that, like, unless you're using it to hit something you can't normally touch at all with melee, Ghostblade is not good. Now, the buff has helped it. Ghostblade was absolutely deserving of a buff, but mechanically, I'd still use other things. Cough, cough, drill, cough, cough. I'm told there's a spot, Irish, where you can sit on, like, the left side of the room and actually still connect with drill, with melee. I haven't tried it out, though. We take the Amulet of Choices. For what, Boys Race? You're gonna have to be more specific. Amulet, like, for what? Gotta say, it seems weird Clobbering got so many dedicated talents to buff Wyvern damage when it feels very weak. Wyvern's not weak, though. Wyvern is by far the most damaging of the class feat companions. It's just that the class feat companions were not given the same tier of power as some of the other class feats. Like, Spell Weaving is the biggest spell damage boost in the entire game, with no skill points invested. But meanwhile, Wyvern expects you to take half the tree. at no point does Mushroom ever become a good outlet of damage because of inconsistency and pathing and all the stuff we're used to with Black Pets in Borderlands 3. Demi-Lich can be good, but it's still a footnote in the power of Graveborn. Can watch my Wyvern dunk that shit? Yeah, Wyvern's real good. It's by no means bad, it's just a high investment threshold, and sometimes it decides to just not. Also, annoying thing, Wyvern and Demi-Lich don't get Save Your Soul, so you can't revive them. You can revive the Mushroom, but if a Wyvern's health hits 0, it's just gone. For gun build, use a variety of weapons. For a stab build, survivability is not a problem. What action skill are you using? How about Sabo Capstone, since you're from the shadows a lot, and maybe some kettle drum fuckery? That could be something. Executioner's Blade applying Alchemical Agent did get a little more attractive with the update, so if you're going to build around Executioner's Blade, I would just do that. You know, from the shadows, high projectile count weapons, and spam Executioner's Blades to trigger Alchemical Agent. That's what I would do. And then you could use Alchemical to do Contagion stuff if you so choose. That's how I would build that. Shadows, you're looking for a Theurge, then. This one right here. Whenever you cast a spell, reduce your remaining cooldown by 20%. That one. Mushroom's best feature is revive me, but Mushroom's very squish. Mushroom's best feature is that dump truck ass. Sorry, I'll behave. Fixture. Ayo, you know I'm right, kind buds. You've seen it. Look at that thing. I almost cliffed. What gun is that? This is the Pookie's Chew Toy. This is not even a chaotic one, by the way. I'm using a just regular-ass Pookie's Chew Toy on C35. We've affectionately labeled it the Margaret. It's got a primordial Pookie. Ooh, let's go, Kirk. Let's go. Are you in the Discord? Can you provide a save of that? Or just send it to me over Discord. Either works. I don't mess around with that. Yeah, we did a run with only Pookie's Chew Toy. Never save, yeah? Yeah, either DMs or in the community save channel in the Discord. If you don't mind. I would very much appreciate that. And join you quickly. Shift doesn't really like that. Do you have me on Shift? Yeah, here. If it doesn't let you join me, then just do the save thing. Sometimes it doesn't allow that. Wasn't Pookie also nerfed? Yeah, 28.7%, I believe. Build diversity in this game is nuts. It really is, Flint. It's a crying shame people are out there downplaying it. Because you can use so many items in this game. We've been doing runs with only quest guns today. I've not fired a non-quest reward gun yet in the 3 hours that I've been live. We've been using Pookies, we've been using Heckwaiter, we've been using Last Rites, and we've been using the Head Cannon. No Spell Shot, no Buffmeister, none of that stuff. Just guns being good. Does the diversion actually do damage now? I've heard good things, Moveface. I haven't used it personally, but I've heard good things. Goblin Repellent? I've honestly never used the gun. We bought a Volatile. I could try it out. I've never used this gun. So, like, we'll see. Back barrel service done. Your boy's out of the rain. Hey, welcome back, Mr. Adblock. Buffmeister got fixed, so good riddance to that. It's very much alive and well, the simplicity. They fixed the bug that maybe 10% of the people using the item were abusing. The item is still 7 shades of busted. It is unfortunately still very much alive and well.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Tide Sorrow, any good? So it's bugged. Tide Sorrow and Storm Surge are both currently bugged and do not do damage. How about the Daryl's SMG? Ooh, I'll have to try that one. That's a good shout. Projectiles are kind of slow, but not bad. Honestly, not bad. I don't see my ammo lasting using this thing, but not bad. See the stats in your last rights? Sure. Hey Felice, how you doing? How's Heckwaiter feel trying to find one with vending machines? Feels great if you build around the very specific things that it does. So it's a real big bullet hose. You want things that prioritize lots of hits. So we're using From the Shadows to get a lot of hits in a short period of time. From the Shadows makes our play the angles ricochets a lot more consistent. We get a lot of chances to play the angles. So we just use one enemy, and we bounce projectiles off to kill everyone else. And because we're hitting so many things at once, we have a lot of Echo, so we use Echo to finish off enemies regularly. And because it can apply a dot, and we use a plate mail with Heckwaiter, it's also good at starting contagion chains if you happen to want to go that route as well. But Heckwaiter is a hell of a lot of fun to use. Heck of a lot of fun, I should say. Late today, what have you been up to? I've been using quest reward guns all stream so far, please. Tidebreaker, Ice Spike into a Shock Frost, Pixie Fury, Pistol, and Spell Shot to shreds. I mean, any one of those things individually is going to shred. Simplicity. You picked a lot of strong things and put them together. So, yeah, that sounds right. It sounds right. Thanks for the knowledge. Always welcome, big guns. Yeah, we're using the Goblin Repellent right now. This is the first time I've actually used this gun. And it's doing quite well. I'm pleased with this. Now I want a primordial one. This is a volatile one. Not enchantable, throw it away? No. You don't need enchantments. You just need good item. I do think it should be enchantable, but you don't need it. Definitely had a level 20 Goblin Repellent I used through level 27 in the story. A lot of people have mentioned that, Fluffy. Yeah, I just happen to not use it myself, but I definitely see why people like it to get them through the story. This is a very good gun. Like, this is how it does on Chaos 35. Not matching appropriate elements, you know, not using particularly meta levels of damage output outside of my action skill, and it still performs. And during my action skill, it gets pretty strong. Enchantments and the chaotic primordial stuff feels so out of place considering how just normally go get to 35 quite easily. You gotta remember that it's a gear progression system, simplicity, to give the game longevity. A lot of people complained very loudly in Borderlands 3, despite the fact that part variance was there to, you know, create rare farms. A lot of people felt like they didn't have things to chase because they ignore the part system to enhance their argument. So, in this game, instead of bloating with extra rarities that cease to have any meaning, such as how Borderlands 2 did it, they did Chaos Tiers in this game, to let you farm for a better version of the item outside of parts. Just as they increase difficulty, they introduce new tiers to give you just enough power, and it gives you something to chase. The game is never balanced around the highest tier of gear. So, like, Chaos 35 is not balanced for full Primordial. If you get full Primordial, almost any setup, Chaos 35, the game's going to feel kind of easy. It's kind of balanced for having a mix of normal through volatile. And as the difficulty goes up with more and more tiers, they're going to introduce more and more tiers. Not bashing it at all. Yeah, we're just discussing. It's a welcome change, very welcome change. I'm just saying you don't need to focus the items to reach 235. You absolutely don't. You're correct. There's ways to, you know, min-max your way up to the top without needing high-tier items at all. But I think this is a good compromise between people who want gear to chase and people who want to keep things concise and meaningful. Rarity bloat was a real problem, and we don't have meaningless colored loot beams anymore. We have just better and worse versions of items. This also avoids the issue that most recently Borderlands 3 had, where as you upped your difficulty level, your gear would become invalidated immediately. Like, you could get an item on Mayhem 2, and then as soon as you go to Mayhem 3, well, your item's under-leveled, and the higher you go, the more bad you feel about having farmed an item earlier. In this game, if you get a chaotic tier item, well, that's still going to be very relevant indefinitely. So it's a good system. It's a good system. Hey, Cinnabozy, how you doing? Sort of hiding from spoilers, waiting for Steam, any class similar to Fla, also waiting for the game from you. I love this game. I'd say it's a solid 8. The detracting 2 is, it loses 1 full point for UI. The UI is just kind of unacceptably terrible in this game. And then the other point is, it could win back the other point. DLC content, so far, I like the format, but the substance is not yet there. But on all other regards, this game's amazing. It's got the best launch endgame of any Lands game they've ever done. It's got an incredibly good class design system. The story is enjoyable, the characters are great, the environments are beautiful, the side quests are meaningful, the build diversity is incredible. This game is definitely a hit for me. In terms of anything similar to Flat, you're looking at it. I'm playing a combo of Sabomancer and Spore Warden, and it feels very Flat-like. Crossplay at launch, that kind of works? Yeah. Don't wait for Steam release. I'd say you're not really doing anything except limiting yourself by waiting, but, you know, some people want all their stuff on one launcher, so whatever. Dislike EGS? Is it about just the interface, or do you just not want your money to go through them? Because if you don't want your money to go through them, you can it'd still go through that launcher, but you could use desktop icons. And if you do exclamation point Wonderlands, that'll give you my affiliate link, which the money goes through 2K, and then I get a cut, instead of you having to buy through the Epic storefront. You still use it on the Epic launcher, but it's at least less direct, if that's the hurdle for you. Hey, Micro, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 3 months. I picked a terrible time to read. Definitely the most balanced on launch so far out of all the Borderlands games. Yeah, I agree with that. And there's the most to do. You'll occasionally see someone who's like, it's just Chaos Chamber. But look at what Chaos Chamber is. Look at how much content is inside of this quote-unquote just Chaos Chamber. It's a lot. We got 4 raid bosses on launch. They've never done that before. And Chaos Chamber itself is just infinitely replayable endgame content. If you enjoyed Proving Grounds in BL3, Chaos Chamber is like long Proving Grounds. It's great. Just like Launcher, also have problems with buying games overall. You know, I'm in a certain country right now, can't buy things on Steam. Ah, I got you. I got you. Yeah, well, if you decide to wait, then yeah, it's ultimately your decision. Game's great. Game's great. This Flax Dry Humor. Hope me come back. I'm a proponent of new things, always. First thing I noticed in Wonderlands, all gear feels like it belongs and has purpose. They outdid themselves in that department. Yeah. I like that items are more likely to... You're going to want to build around that item rather than slap the item on a build. Now, this is a build I've kind of created that you can slap a lot of guns onto, but it still is looking for specific things. And items feel very individual, very unique in this game. And I love that about it. I love that. It feels great. You finish every side quest and you finish the story, or just me? I tend to just kind of beeline for endgame for the most part. To be honest, Chaos Chamber does have a lot, plus there's a crap ton of side quests you can do after finishing the story. Yeah. Previous games have had like 1 to 2 optional areas you never really get sent to. This game has 4, and each of those 4 are the size of the biggest maps from previous games. It's kind of nuts how much effort they put into the side content. And the quests in this game are genuinely cool. Mount Craw is my favorite area, and it is 100% optional.
Can't wait to throw some spills.
Hey, Bad Karma, how you doing? Vorkanar, the false god. Vorkanar's cool. Mount Craw, Crackmast, Tangle Drift, isn't that it? There's a 4th one, right? There's 4, right? The Oasis one, Irish. Sunfang, yes, Sunfang Oasis. I knew there was 4. Really like how hunting down things like marbles and poetry pages can give you permanent buffs to your stats, just some good incentive to explore the beautiful maps they created. Absolutely. Did well just cheering on some Rocket League teams today. Ooh, nice. Nice. Hey, Wabaki, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Thank you. Least favorite area, just due to the looks, is Weepaw Dank Test. That's fair. But today, for anyone just joining us, we're doing quest reward guns. I have not fired a non-quest reward gun at all today. I'm just using quest rewards. We've used the Heck Waiter, the Head Cannon, the Last Rites, the Goblin Repellent, and the Pookie's Chew Toy, and they're all incredibly good. Lost my one life to Bloodshot Skip. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear. Well, I hope the next one treats you better, and thank you for bringing everyone over here. Also, absolutely love the overworld. Me too. Overworld is just kind of like a traversal method that doesn't have the awful nature of vehicles in Borderlands games. Vehicle sections are cool once. Once. And then after that, you're like, Then when you get to them in endgame with the scaling there, you're like, Overworld doesn't have that problem. Also, it's cute. Oh, that was a badly timed dodge. Skill issue.
Spells are up.
Yeah, I wasted that from the shadows. I didn't have my my ward enchant up. I gotta go get it back now. I lose a lot of damage if I'm not at full HP in this build, and Goblin Repellent, when not matching elements, isn't performing quite as well as the other quest rewards we've used, but this gun is still definitely good. It's probably at that cutoff point where I'd want a Primordial one, but it's still working. One driving quest in BL3 with Ellie that gives about 10 minutes too long. Yeah. Yep. Never even noticed there's no vehicles in this game, which is proof that they weren't necessary. Everyone got the Skullantr spell. I remember I got it from buying the chaotic version. I haven't seen it drop now that I think of it. It doesn't drop. It is a mail reward you claim from having pre-ordered, I believe. Pre-ordered the chaotic edition. Actually, really glad there's no vehicles in this one. It focuses on the shoot and loot more than trying to be like Halo and such. Right. It just feels more cohesive as an experience, in my opinion. Vehicles was my kind of thing in the Borderlands games. The whole travel between planets and the spaceship in BL3 felt clunky to keep running from one end to choose planet and the other end to exit. Yeah, we don't have that weird story padding in this game either, where every mission you'd have to go talk to a quest giver or go back to Sanctuary and talk to Lilith or Tannis, and then move the ship, then go talk to someone, then go back and move the ship again. Like, there's none of that in this game, and I like it. Is it true that if you apply the same status effect on an enemy, that enemy already has the element on them still counts as apply the status effect? Yes. Goblin Repellent struggling a little bit on Lachance. Like, the Pookies did better as a non-chaos tiered. Pookies is a little bit better than this one. Last Rites, Heckwaiter, and Headcannon all destroyed him. This one's taken a bit. A chance, always catching me out like that. He doesn't have enough health for you to experience this often, but Lechance actually hits real hard. And he's very hard to gap close against. Kind of like it. They balanced out the easy boss by making him do a lot of damage. Definitely more of a mobbing weapon. Yeah. Ooh, ×3 Cryo Sword Explosion. Yes, please. Okay, so it didn't pass the Lechance vibe check, which is why we're now going to use it on a raid boss. Lechance reminds you of the Wellerman song for some reason. Didn't they do like a parody of that in the Lechance bit of the story? Complete a campaign for the first time? Let's go! Do Wyverns just do spell damage? I believe they're splash as well. But yeah, they're not companions or anything, Sweaty Palms. He always catches you out like that because you give him a Lechance. Well played. Well done. That reaction for ×3 Cryo Sword. Do you think I should have reacted more or less, boys? If you missed it, Sword Explosion got buffed and is now the strongest gun in the entire game. So, do you think I underreacted? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, Goblin's Bane can't hit that. That's a problem. It homes in instead of going for the weak spot. It's because I'm looking for one so bad. I've been doing a lot of feature runs. Remember, I live and breathe Chaos Chamber, so I've gotten a lot of drops. I need ammo. That's a lot of guys. This is where I would want a Sigil. Ow. Oh, I didn't realize you were doing that attack. Shit. That was a good opportunity. I'm over here trying to get ammo when I should be using ammo. Yeah, that'll work. Alright. Well, Goblin Repellent can't do that mechanic. That's good info to have. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. How do you knock me out of the way? This is so scuffed. No, I forgot Red and Rupture does that. What? Ah, I stole my own kill. Red and Rupture kills don't get you up because they're not technically your damage. Wonder if that'd be a downside to all Skullduggers then? Well, the liquid cooling doesn't have that downside. Chad liquid cooling moment. Okay, so rating for goblins, Goblin Repellent. Fun mobbing. I would not really recommend taking this thing into a boss fight, but it's definitely fun for mobbing. Still keep it in the inventory though. Pookie's better. We'll do a Heck Waiter run next. was thinking BL32 they ever fix that. Which thing? Oh, with Slayer? No. They did that because originally it was player damage, and people were using it to go through Amara's Ties That Bind and to build up Groundbreaker and all that crazy stuff. So the way they fixed that was make it not your damage, but if it's not your damage, it can't get you a death save. Switch this out for that. Do a heck way to run next. Favorite boss mechanics, inclusive of story quest raid bosses? The boss I just did. That one is my favorite. I love the pacing of it. It's a fight you could treat patiently. It's a fight you can speed kill with the knowledge and the right setup. I like that fight a lot. That's my favorite. Doom SMG good on C35. About to do another run with it. Yeah. You can clear featured run in under 10 minutes with it, and using nothing else, so I'd say that's pretty good. Hey King, how you doing? What kind of build are you using at the moment? You show the skill tree? Absolutely. You know what? I'll put the skill tree up on screen while I run to the bathroom real quick. So BRB. Here, I won't run an ad or anything. Won't even go to BRB. Just here's the skill tree. Hey back. Came back to chair stream. I say, hey Fusion, how you doing? Back quickly, I need dinner. Welcome back. Combine with the plate mail? Yeah. Plate mail. And yeah, the Heck Waiter. This is the Doom SMG. Heck Waiter, it's like Hellwalker, Rip and Tear. It shoots in a pentagram pattern. Show hero stats? Sure. My cam will block the percentages, but 52 strength, 22 dex, 20 intelligence, 40 wisdom, 30 constitution, 25 attunement. Basically max strength and wisdom with the rest spread out between intelligence, dex, and attunement. Love the quest items rock on this. Yeah, we had the fastest clear of the day with a Last Rites. We had a 6-minute featured run with the Last Rites only. 6 minutes. Looking for a class mod with more contagion for status damage. I have a dedicated build for that, boys. This is a different kind of setup. So I sent an invite, do I join? Yeah, if it works, go ahead. If you can bring over the Pookies. Want to see some metal loot action? Yeah. I want to work on a metal loot setup as well. I'm thinking my melee Hammerzerker will probably do metal loot stuff. Hey Bandcamp, what are we doing today? Quest reward flexing. We've been using quest reward items all stream. We have not even fired a non-quest reward yet today. And maybe we keep it that way the whole stream. Just to showcase how powerful a lot of those things are. Ooh, Red Hellion. Server on because Europe server be dry as fuck. I am US East. I don't do matchmaking or anything. Simplicity. I just avoid matchmaking in LANs games. There's a lot of people who will like mess with your saves and your profile and stuff, and I just tend to prefer to play with my own community if I do play with others. I'm primarily a solo player as well. That's worth mentioning. You tried Ironsides? I've not. I used it a bit in my first playthrough, and I've not gone back to it. But it's got an on-crit effect, right? So that could be good. I'm assuming it sucks because it's a sniper, but you never know. Well, snipers are the strongest weapons in this game. Flint. Like, if you don't include pixies and Torg stickies, snipers are like, seriously, I'm not shitting you. Snipers are really good in this game. The Sawmill is one of the highest DPS weapons in the game. The Carouser is incredibly good. The Great Bow, both versions of the Great Bow are really good. And the Envy is decent. You might have had bad experiences with the Kaokon is terrible. That's awful. Piece of shit weapon. It's terrible. Frustratingly bad. And the Skeet Prod is kind of like, okay. Hi, Kirk. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Primordial Pookies. That's what you love to see. Thank you much, Kirk. I appreciate it. Carouser pulled up in Wonderlands, just get shit talked when one tap animations 335. Carouser is like the traditional sniper that everyone wanted in BL3 in terms of you want to shoot an enemy once and they're super dead. Carouser. It's so good. They removed mail guns feature. Yeah, there's no player-to-player mail in this game. The Mistrial and the Chutoy are my favorite first playthrough how to do on 35. So we were clearing with this this non-chaos tier Pookie's Bandcamp earlier in the stream. We did a couple runs with it, and it felt really good. And Kirk just gave us a Primordial one to try out. So I'm going to do a Heckwaiter run first, and then we're going to do a Pookie's run. And I'm very excited to try that out. Very excited. I believe you try some snipers at some point. I knew the Sawmill was really good. It's crazy ammo consumption like other GLaDOS snipers. Yeah, it does. There's more moderate ones. The Carouser is 1 ammo per shot. Very traditional black powder feel. It even messes with enemy aggro when you shoot them, on top of it just being a really good fire sniper rifle. Try out the Antique Great Bow as well. Do I have any on me? I think I threw it away. So the Antique Great Bow has a really cool gimmick where as long as you've never fired the weapon, it is the highest card damage weapon in the entire game. And I've used it to one-shot each of the 3 aspect bosses. Bunny, Gloop, and Bark. I've one-shot all of them with a Great Bow. On a Clawbringer. And then once you've fired the item, it loses 90% of its damage and becomes a different item. But that bow is still one of the better sniper rifles in the game. Only 2 ammo per shot, but it's 7 projectiles for high card damage. It's good. Do all mission rewards spawn the same parts? In terms of guns, yes. In terms of spells, no. Spells can change. Rings can change. In terms of amulets, I know Vorkanar's cog is parts locked. But I think the other ones aren't. But the guns should be fixed parts. Sawmill's my get out of jail free card when I push chaos tiers too quick. Yeah, it does that. I have 3 of those damn snipers. I really don't want to waste it. Hey, they'll do well for you, Tater Lord. They'll do very well. Alright, let me make sure I have the right gear equipped. Got an Elder Wyvern's Ring for the fire damage and the action skill duration. I want a better one. It's like, obviously, Primordial with SMG crit or something would be ideal, but, you know, that's fine. We got the Theurge, we got that. Okay, yeah. Heckwaiter run. Let's do it. Without using any action skill or anything, I hit for 27k with the Chaotic Sawmill. That's strong. Slightly different Vorkanar cogs, not sure if bug or what. That'll be Chaos tiers, Tater Lord. All Vorkanar's cogs roll with 2 all damage passives, Clawbringer power, and fire damage. The only difference will be the level and the Chaos tier.
Don't do warning shots.
Mistimed. It's always claw boost? Yeah. Fire rate's nutty. It's so good, isn't it? This is the gun, the heck waiter. How's your skill tree look? Spore down to Capstone, Stabo down to 2 in Contagion. Been hunting good SMG? This'll do work for you. Either remove the extension thingy? Yeah, they just didn't make an Echo cast, or I suppose it'd be Aura cast. They didn't make a Twitch extension for this game. Hopefully they plan on one in the future. Because I miss it too. I really do. Echo cast was great. Oh, another thing to keep in mind, chat, is this is Chaos 35 Intense difficulty. I'm playing on the hardest possible difficulty. You can go on Relaxed or Balanced, and then the elemental lock on this thing matters less. Also, you lose the damage penalty. Intense, I'm just flat out doing less damage. It's part of the difficulty. It's part of what I like. And this is on the highest difficulty level. So you can imagine how much this thing shreds on more middling chaos tiers. It's crazy good. And also, the elephants in the room. Yes, you could use a spell shot for more damage. Yes, you could use a Buffmeister for more damage. I'm not doing everything I can to get damage out of this, and it's doing this well. So I think that's a pretty glowing commendation of the gun. Is having +6 contagion benefit, or is it overkill? So at 6 out of 3 contagion, you have a 48% chance, which is a lot more consistency. The more contagion, the better, if you're building around that. This is not a contagion spec. Contagion is just something we can have one toe into while we're doing our gun stuff. So that's why we're there. We have 1 extra skill point, so it went there. Just like how much the community at large shits on Claw. Like, yeah, Claw's the weakest, you can clear all content C35, even more is gear dependent to get there. Yeah. Absolutely, Fusion. No, I meant to pick up an orb. I guess I didn't.
Cowards to kill.
Weird bug. So explosion sometimes seems to not shoot projectiles outside of my sigil. Yeah. Sometimes your sigil kind of forgets who you are and blocks your own shots. It happens with anything. This could even happen with Furior chucks, which is as scary as it sounds. You just chuck into the wall right in front of you and die. Yeah. That one's gotten me. Pretty efficient room clear. Hey, Carouser. Volatile. This is also a low roll Carouser. So low damage roll, 2.3k card damage, 1500 dot, 1.1 second reload time. It's got an 8% crossbolt modifier and a ricochet. And this is all just the gun's stats. This is ignoring the fact that this gun messes with enemy aggro. Like, you shoot an enemy, they get confused. And their friends will start attacking them. This gun's sick. You just one clip that whole counter? I think I reloaded. Just call me Fusion, by the way. I always have to add Rogue because Fusion's always taken. I'm glad that worked out. It was just me being low effort, but if you prefer that, that works out beautifully. Use it to distract bosses? No. It only works on, like, lesser enemies. But on the enemies you can't convert, it's still damage. So it works out nicely. Also Fusion on the Discord? Yeah, I remember. It's important that I'm melee in this setup, not only to deliver echo and trigger my amp, but also because on this gun, I want fire rate increases to maximize it, and I do have nimble fingers, so 18% fire rate for 8 seconds after I melee helps a lot. Antique Great Bow is the highest value item, right? I think so? It might be a launcher. I go by map, that's always taken too, so I have to add the Prag and Nick. I don't know if that's a shitpost or not, but I think it's funny. Good job. I start credit after you kill Dragonlord, it's so long. You can skip it, Felix. If you're on PC, hold escape. If you're on Xbox, hold B. If you're on PlayStation, hold circle.
C minus.
Bullet reflection. No. Why? Fucking hell, thank you. You're welcome. You can also fast forward? Yeah, you can. Ski Prod special effect ammo regen? No, it arcs electricity between enemies you've shot with it. So, like, let's say I was using a Ski Prod right now, I'd want to individually shoot each of these enemies, so that the lightning starts chaining between them. That was a fast room clear. Heck, waiter, go burr. 16k crystals later, finally got an empowering sigil. Ooh, is it cryo? It's cool as Gearbox made this amazing game. Okay, what's happening? Yeah, absolutely. Like, remote game development is kind of an uncommon thing. It's more commonplace now with how the world works, but the fact that they did all the things they did remotely, very impressive. Is cryo better? For empowering ones, it's nice because empowering sigils have an incredibly high cryo efficiency. They freeze things very well. For other ones, it matters less, but for my empowering sigils, I always try to get cryo if I can. So yeah, as you guys can see, the goblin repellent didn't come anywhere close to the Heck Waiter here, and that's especially awkward because Heck Waiter has a harsher elemental penalty than Goblin Repellent.
Ready to cast.
$10.51 with a Heck Waiter. Bit of a slow run. But, you know, $10.51 with only a Heck Waiter. Very easy way to get a Heck Waiter. So, there's the initial time you do the quest. You can get the reward there. You can save that for once you're in Chaos levels, and then you could try to get a Primordial from that. Ultimately, after that's off the table, you're going to have to either vendor farm or trade for it. It only shows up in vendors after you've done the quest. What does the Burgeoning Sigil do? Burgeoning. I don't know. Could you read off the whole name of the spell, Bubba? Because I think that might be just the prefix based on enchantment. Yeah. Yeah, what Jester said. Using the same Empowering Cryo Sigil since level 36 freezes anything almost immediately if running extra Frost Fish through the Berserker. Yeah, what Flint said. It's really good at freezing things. Skill tree shown is still bugged on run end. Yeah, it's an inconsistent thing. Primordial Banshee drop while doing featured earlier. Damage is slightly large. Yeah, Beaver. Is it over 2k? What quest do you get the gun from? You know, I don't remember. I'm terrible with quest names. Product of living in the chamber, I guess. Like, I want all my multi-pellet guns for my Spore Warden to come in boinking. I love that prefix for multiple reasons. Yeah? Non-LE 2295. That's gross. That is a crime. Done all the quests to rip me vendor farm, I guess. Oh yeah, your vendor pool is going to be a little cluttered. Something you could do is if you have another character where you've done minimal quests, you could try to control your vendor pool by only doing, like, the Heck Waiter one, and then vendor farming on that one. But it's going to be tough. I do want them to implement an easier way to get specific vendor rewards. Literally just Burgeoning Sigil, all it says is self-cast. Okay, so yeah, it's just the barrier then. It's just the barrier, and it'll inflict the status that it lists on it on enemies inside in very small damage ticks. That's all it does then. It's my 100% character. Yeah, maybe you want to go for it on another one then. Okay, that was a Heck Waiter run. Now let's do a Pookie's run. I don't think I need to change any of the gear except for this back. I'm excited. Primordial Pookies. Sorry, Margaret. Inner Daemons, that's the name. Thank you, Swim. Yeah, it's part 2 of a chain.
Think you can make it? Enter the...
Right, hopefully we don't get damage bug to start here. I don't want to save quit already. No damage bug, cool. Hey, Tom, I got back. Thank you for the 200 bits. This thing slaps. The hell? Chat, I teared up a little bit. This is a beautiful. I don't even care. I'll take the down. I'll take it. Dog, I need you. Where are you, dog? Other than being a masher, what does Spookies do? There's some sort of ammo regen thing with it, apparently. I don't know too much about it. I don't pay attention. But gun good. Damage. Yeah, that's what it does. It does damage.
I've got all the magic I need.
This gun is good. As well as that, it's the spectral talents. Capture the rack vibes. You can compare the card damage in 2 different tiers? Yeah. It's, each Chaos tier is 2 character levels. So, this Primordial Pookies is effectively 6 character levels ahead of this non-chaotic tier 1. So, level 40 versus what is effectively level 46. And yeah, this is the Pookie's Chew Toy, affectionately called the Margaret. Wait, is the red text a joke about chums? We're in the deep lore now. But yeah, remember, this gun got nerfed by, what is it, 28.7%? And it's still this good. So this my cryo pistol, liquid cooling? Liquid cooling is still one of the highest DPS weapons in the game. See, the thing the liquid cooling does that no other gun can do is if you have that open crit spot, or if you have, you know, some way of critting extremely consistently, it can shoot longer than anything else, and it's still an absolute DPS monster. Don't get too discouraged by the card damage. Card damage is not really indicative of performance in a lot of cases. For example, you know the White Rider SMG, the poison SMG that everybody loves? Its card damage is kind of bad, but that's because the weapon delivers damage in sort of an unconventional way. Think of the liquid cooling the same way. Not as high as it used to be, that's true, but that doesn't mean it's not good. And remember, that crazy liquid cooling damage from back then was before we got things like the soaked debuff from the DLC. Could you imagine that liquid cooling with soaked now? That would definitely be a problem. So it's now a gun that, instead of being able to use it instead of having a build, it's something that is complemented by your build. It's definitely a night and day feel, but the gun is still good. Soaking Primordial Liquid? Yeah, now you're getting a Tater Lord. Now you're getting it. You just described it perfectly right there. You're now building around the item instead of slapping it around a build. Like, you know? That's how you get value out of things in this game. Why you don't get buffs? Because it skews the performance of the build. And it misrepresents the power. Like, sure, I could spend my crystals that I would want to use on loot instead anyway to get buffs, but, you know, it'd be kind of disingenuous if I was telling people how good a gun was and then I was carried by Chaos Chamber buffs, you know? I really missed you. Missed you too, Dilbert. How you doing? Only roll the ammo capacity once we're doing a maker run? Right. Generally, I do the same thing. For certain other setups, I'll take ammo. Like, if I'm gonna do a shotgun chucking setup, which I do have plans to do. I want to chuck around a Divergent. I'll probably take ammo for that. But for the most part, I try not to take buffs. Blue Hat just died to Echo from, like, full health? Yes, because ricochets. We got the black powder ricochets, we've got contagion spreads, we've got all our dots taken from plate mail, and contagion, and then we got play the angles ricochets. How do you feel about Diversion after the buff? I haven't used it, but I've heard nothing but good things. Heard a lot of good things, in fact. Never seen the Divergent. What does it do? It shoots little dice when you shoot it, and when you throw it, it's a big old D20 that bounces around. It's quite funny. I'm gonna start messing around with Sword when I get back from the Rents Monday. We prune the area enchant on that. It's been better with something else. Honestly, Swin, just same as any regular guns. Sword Explosion is just kind of one of those things that no matter what you do with it, it slays. It's every gun in the game, but better. Sword Explosion is like if the Free Radical had been judged balanced. That's the Sword Explosion. That's how good it is. Your Jax want Elite? Next run. Next run we'll do Elite Rooms. I read that right as I hit the portal. Yeah, next run we'll do Pookies with Elite Rooms. I always forget. Don't hit me. Fuck. I lose so much damage when I'm not at full HP. But we got plate mail dark magic, so like, we get it back fast. I should stop complaining. That was fast. Would have been funny if the Divergent actually had a dice mechanic for its chuck damage. Remind me of Game & Watch's Gavel for Smash. Yeah, I still am not entirely sure of all the things the Divergent does. I'm looking forward to digging into that one. Now it makes you realize just how broken I can make the loot pooling with it. And I think that means it was a good change, Taterlord, because you're now thinking about the mechanics of the item. And I think that breeds a sense of reward when you get it to perform well. And you could show people, hey, look, this thing that gets underrated by everyone, look what I did with it. You know, that I get a lot of enjoyment out of doing that. Guys, I'm out of here. Thanks for the stream. Happy early Mother's Day to all you moms in chat. Kwa mommy. Take it easy, Dex. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And same to you and yours. You see how that last rites performed since Theater 5? Yeah, we'll do one more Pookie's run after this, and then go back to last rites. We had a 6-minute run with last rites earlier, though, Fusion. 6 minutes in the featured. Wasn't awake yet. We'll do more. We'll do more. I owe chat an elite Pookie's run. And then we'll do another last rites. Oh yeah. Let's do Bunny. We'll do Yellow Raid Boss. Fuck it. Didn't see my previous message about ammo? Oh, let me check. Don't remember what item I have that does it. Ammo's never an issue. Crits regen ammo. Liquid Cooling has a built-in feature where... Well, this is the legendary effect. When you crit, you get heat back. It doesn't give you ammo back, but you get heat back. If you're a Spore Warden, you might have this skill, Quiver of Holding, give you ammo regen. Or if you have a Last Gasp ward on and it's broken, you get 10% ammo regen. Those are the ways you might be recovering ammo. What am I getting ammo back from? Yeah, that's got to be the Pookie's effect. You see how long I shot that thing? What? Yeah, Pookie's has some kind of ammo return thing. I don't know how it works, but that was cool. That was really cool. That was so sick. Maybe crits don't spend ammo? Maybe. Yeah, I think that's it. This gun is sick. Why am I inside you? I did not consent. I don't know how I got bounced up there. Okay. Sir? Propel it on a crit, you have a chance to get ammo back. Ricochets count, you can get your whole mag back from one pellet. Ooh. Thank you, crew. That's really good. That's really good. That's crazy. Cookies is so good. Broken Speed Buffmeister. You know, Buffmeister just kind of does that. But in terms of uniquely, well, Buffmeister does better the more instances of damage you're doing. We're doing a lot of instances of damage. We're spamming the trigger a lot, which means fire rate would help, so we get that too. It would apply to the ricochets. It'd be pretty nuts, yeah. It'd be pretty nuts. I haven't done the raid boss yet, so I'm tabbing out every time you do one. They're a good time. They're a good time. You'll get your mag, you all of a sudden jump up to 8, even if it out regens max fire rate from a free scroll mouse wheel. That's so good. Got my first primordial blank slate with +2 ability and 15 all resist. Nice, Bubba. Nice. How viable is a Primo Handbow? Yeah, extremely viable. Handbow's great. Handbow did take a nerf, but it's still extremely good. Very high DPS. Awkward to use against some targets, but very high DPS. Brother Matt, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to?
This position's really good for.
Thank you so much. How you doing? Matt actually streamed? He did! I'm so proud. We're doing quest rewards stuff today, Matt. We flexing. We out here. Enjoying the quest rewards. Rumpy Pumpy best Torque shotgun name. That's just true. Yeah, that is objective truth. Catatumbo's very fun. Liked it during the story. I like Catatumbo at endgame as well. Very enjoyable. I'm still a bit miffed that it got toned down. It didn't really need to, but it was a very tiny change, so, like, functionally didn't mean much. It's good. I learned they did a new Rogue Legacy, so I'm happy. I played the heck out of the first one. Yeah, I saw that came out, and I know nothing about either one of them, so I'm kind of locked out of the loop there. But I'm glad you had a good time. Okay, Pookie's Chew Toy run again. We're gonna elite all the rooms this time. Go with the first Rogue, can't speak, Rogue Legacy on Epic recently. I've been checking my Epic free games. I need to do more of that. I used to check that every time, and I picked up so many games that way. I got Remnant from the Ashes that way. That's one of my favorite games now.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I can absolutely pet the pet. If there was a pet around. There's no pet in range right now. Kevin is over there. Hi, Kevin. You want to come over? No, he's vibing over there. I don't know where Jake is either. Kind of wish Threats of Fate was better. It's a cool mechanic. That's the turret one, right? Wait, through. Fuck! I forgot. Damn it! Damn it! I always forget. It's not a meme. I really have a short-term memory that's like 4 seconds long. I moved on to another topic and I forgot. Alright, we'll leave the next one. We'll leave the next one.
Casting and blasting. I choose you. See what happens?
Okay, I'll leave the next one. You want me to pick up crystals? I'm aware. Oh, you're talking to someone else? If you all a chance, let's be able to leave the initial portal, the rest of the rooms are late. Yeah, I'd like that. Oh, the sword explosion, it's extremely strong. Yeah, crystals auto pick up when you go through a portal. Simplicity. Sorry, words? Nah, you're fine, Control. Poison puddles? That's so rude. I should have paid attention there. I lost a hole from the shadows with that. I'm so annoyed. Yes, I'm shamelessly using that trap. Get up here. There you go, buddy. Good job. Pretty fast. Whole point of eliteing is the cost benefit of spending crystals. You can't do that every pre-elite. But if it was a side option, that'd be cool. There's people like me who want to elite everything, but forget. So it should be, hey, if you have currency, elite the whole thing. And it could just calculate the cost on each room individually. No, this is a hypothetical. I'm not sure if this is feasible based on how the game actually works, but it'd be something I would use.
Elemental eagle.
Just a convenience thing for people like me with terrible short-term memory.
Mana's Tato.
Literally doesn't matter, this thing rocks. Yeah, Pookie's is, it's just sick. There's no way around it. It just is good. Using the weapon feels good, I don't care about the damage, feels so much better than before. Yeah, about the sword explosion. Yeah, the fire rate and projectile speed increases really made the difference there. Also, the sticky mode didn't scale properly before, and now it does. So they did some back-end stuff to make that gun not feel terrible, and then they also buffed it twice over. Did I forget to delete this one too? Damn it. We were talking about it and I forgot. What is wrong with me? Like the nerf Pookie though, because the speedrun. People were taking it and using it for the entire run. Which they're still doing, it's just less powerful now. Although the speedrun is done without hotfixes, so like it doesn't even affect them. So maybe a mistargeted change. But based on how it's performing right now, you know, maybe they were playing the long game. Maybe they used the Pookie at Chaos 35 and were like, this could come down a little bit. Because this is just good. This is post-nerf and it's good.
I've got all the magic I need. Energy sapped.
Maybe just an option in the run choices automatically makes them all elite and deducts that amount at the end. Or they could just do a playlist where all the portals are automatically elite. No, more playlists in the chamber. But still avoid it if the hotfixes get into the patch. I don't know. Has anyone told you yet today that you're amazing? Oh, thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. Also, no you. Or was that a question just so you could debate me? I don't know. It's the internet. I overthink. But hi, how you doing? Well, thanks. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Who got me? Oh, it was one of those. Oh, that's so awkward. At least I didn't pop my From the Shadows like I was about to. Wait, you can Goomba stomp those guys to death? Hang on, what? That's a thing? I just accidentally stepped on that mushroom's head and he died. I'm pretty sure it, like, pushed him into the ground, too. That's a thing? Can't believe you didn't notice? I've never tried to do that before. That's amazing. You didn't know that? I've never tried. Never even thought to. Push him to the ground so he went home? I suppose he did. Little Mario Easter egg? Just a little Mario Easter egg. I like it. So much DPS. This thing is insane. Like, this gun is cracked.
I'm bloody back.
I totally see why they nerfed this. Better Easter egg than the BL3 fireball gun, can't remember the name of. The Super Ball. Super Ball, yeah. If they would allow UI customization to let us minimize the loot beams from specified rarities, i.e. let me minimize beams from regular and chaotic loots, that would be, you know, pretty good. Hey, Vocal Assassin, how you doing? Ooh, almost one FPS cycled. Almost one cycled. Pookie's good. Pookie's real good. Unironically, chat, if you were trying to climb through the Chaos tiers, and you were struggling to find weapons working for you, I would legitimately recommend going to get a Pookie's Chew toy, if you are able to hit crits consistently. So like, these are 4 guns that I would not just use for meme purposes, these are guns I would actually use. They're just good. Though they probably won't, but part of my Diablo brain wants to see the special Redlands version for Ascended to match the Primordial symbol. Understandable. We'll do last rites on the next run. That's not the right one. Very dry mouth. I had to drink something. And I ran out of coffee a while ago. So I'm like 150 or 200,000 crystals deep into this this shotgun bunny, and I still have not gotten a fire sword explosion. It's like, these don't give me fire guns. I don't get fire sawmills, and I don't get fire sword explosions. Changed the ring, right? I did. Cool. Just stop wanting it? That's fair. Feel the Cannonballer still doo-doo after the Torque buff? It's not, though. Cannonballer does exceptionally good damage and has a very high dot value. The thing with the Cannonballer is it's just awkward. Like, actually hitting an enemy in a way that will hit you and that will hit them and not also you, that's difficult. But the damage of the Cannonballer is great. Torgue launchers are good. The stickies were already exceptionally good, and the Cannonballer already did good damage. It's just awkward, that's all. A bad Cal goodbye? What happened? What happened? Oh, spoilers? Oh, yeah, bye Cal. Killed Raid boss level 37 on Chaos 1, nice. Oh, monster stream again? Yeah. I'm doing endgame. Okay, last Rites Run. I switched to a Cape of Tides and a Frost Damage Amulet. Now we're just gonna, you know, kill everyone. That goes through that terrain. I didn't know that.
There's proper cowards to kill. Thanks for the one-up. I'm bloody back.
Class mod using? Currently Cape of Tides. In the last run, I was running a Corrupted Plate Mail. All gameplay on this build has been, if using Last Rites, Cape of Tides. If using anything else, Corrupted Plate Mail. Ouch. Can you get these quest items from other places after the quest is complete? Any vendor has a chance, Shiner. Any vendor. All my good loot and bank just disappeared, I'm sad. Oh no. Did you, there's a bug where sometimes your profile just, the game eats it. If you're on PC, always back up your profile every so often if you can. I'm sorry that happened to you, Corded Empty. That's real shit. Just general rules of thumb, try to back up your saves as often as you possibly can. I do it after every play session, personally. If you're using cloud save at all, turn that shit off. Make sure any use of cloud is manual. Happened a lot with BL3, but again, with this game where people just lose stuff to cloud saves. Strimmer, there are no options at endgame. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Ah, this is my favorite room. I like this room. I don't know why I like this room. It's a fast room. Hey Pumakazi, how you doing? Farm for gold right now and attempt to max out my STUs while they're cheaper. Currently using a goblin pickaxe. Is there any other gear that would help? Any other suggestions? I would say go through Chaos Chamber and put your crystals into the launcher bunny and sell everything you pick up from them. Launchers have a high base sale value, so you can get some pretty good money out of doing, say, featured runs, which are very fast. Snipers are good money too. They can be, but since all the bunnies cost the same and launchers are worth the most, do that. If you have the Moon Orbs to spare, enchant every item once, it'd be worth more that way. Ah, I never thought of that. Yeah, that's smart. It only costs 2 orbs base, you know, before rarity modifier, so that's pretty doable. Capetide's effect is strong? It is. First Primordial's a fire Ludite. Let's go, Dr. Roxo. That's so good. Congrats. That's a hell of a drop. I think my first Primordial was like a green armor.
Looks like magic's back on.
Fine armor's the best because they have the highest low price and the second highest high price, so the average is more. That's a fair point. Averages are important. See, the problem you'd run into there, though, is you're more likely to want to keep things from armors. And 0 is less than, you know, any other number. So anything you don't sell, you don't get money from. What's happening in chat there? Maybe delete that, just for Twitch. Please don't delete my channel purposes. That was satisfying. Also only come in 4 prices, 11k, 18k, 23k, 28k. That was a reference to my screen name. Yeah, I figured, but like, Twitch does this thing where even out of context stuff, they will snipe you for. For example, a much bigger streamer than I am got what was a permaban until they appealed it, for quoting American Psycho in someone's chat. Can't be too careful. Can't be too careful. First Primordial is a White Ward. First Legendary Primordial is Fragment Rain. Ooh, Fragment Rain is good. Now, the great thing about this is, Last Rites is a multi-target weapon. Like, it's a mobbing gun. It just does that much single target, too. In pretty much any American Psycho quote could get very misconstrued. Yeah, kind of the point of the movie. $9.17 with the Last Rites. Now, we had a 6-minute run earlier, but I was better in that run. And also, we didn't get screwed by loot enemies. First Primordial gun was a ×3 sword explosion before the buff, put it in the bag a few days after the hotfix happened. Stonks. Stonks indeed. Definitely. Yeah, Last Rites is just strong. Like, Last Rites is in the running for top shotgun. It's not top single target. That would have to go to Sword Explosion, of course. And then after that, it's probably the Red Hellion and then the Gyre. Then you have Body Rockers. But, like, in terms of overall clear speed with this gun, because it's so insane in mobbing and is still a good single target option, Last Rites is just one of the better guns in the game. It's got several formula advantages too. It's cryo, which gives it favorable matchups in a lot of situations, allows it to benefit from soaked, lets you do some Berserker freeze stuff with it. The ricochets are splash damage, which means they get good formula. It's a whole extra modifier you can slap on them. It's got high projectile count, which makes it good for triggering on-hit effects. It's just very, very good. Another class mod is good to use instead of Cape of Tides. What I've been using for my other guns, my non-cryo guns, is a Corrupted Plate Mail. It's good at giving non-elemental guns a way of accessing elemental damage, because it converts a portion into dark magic. It's also good at applying extra dots, giving you a little bit of healing. Corrupted Plate Mail also triggers certain on-hit effects a second time, such as the head cannon. You get 2 explosions when you crit instead of 1 if you're wearing a plate mail. No, it's 20,000 quest. Can't remember what quest that is. It's the one where you, it's the couple that they're both ghosts and you're laying them to rest. It's in Wargtooth. Come on, shotgun buddy, don't do me dirty. We got time for another run today, too. 20,000 years under the sea. Yeah, that's the one. Also staying alive, too. Yeah, and that's especially nice when using this enchant. This enchantment is really good for damage. Like, really good. It is not gun damage, it is not crit damage. It is a separate stat entirely. It just applies on gun or crit damage, and you get both if you do both. But it requires your health to be full, so dark magic helps me. The fact that this body rune is primordial also helps because I get a bigger ward buffer before it gets to my health bar. Alright, one more run. Let's do one more. It's funny, there were other things that I prepared for stream today, at least somewhat prepared, and I just kind of never played them because this was too much fun. We used quest rewards this entire stream, chat. Did not use a single other weapon, only quest rewards. Got to test the stalking Margaret. Yeah. Thank you again for the Margaret, Kirk. That was very helpful. Definitely holding on to that gun. Like, that's just fun. Pleasure didn't expect to get it. Yeah, I do want them to give, especially in light of how cool these are, I do want them to give another way to get quest rewards more consistently. I was gonna test if I duped it before I gave it to you. If you didn't, let me know and I can get you a copy back. kind of hard to aim at Cyclops with that there. Oops.
Spells are up.
A big thing to keep in mind when trying to get value out of this gun, though, is you need fire rate. It is a very slow fire rate. I have a bunch from Spore Warden and a bunch from Stabomancer. Like, I have 18% here, and then I currently have 40% from here. Let's find our item in a copy. Cool. Do we try it against Gloop? Fuck it. Haven't fought Gloop today. This is not a single target gun either, so, like, I don't know what I'm expecting, but gun good. Which spawn did it pick? Guess we'll find out in a minute. This one? Okay. You think something similar to TVHM would be good for this game? Just a new game plus? Yeah, late fin. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, a new game plus would be nice. It's not as necessary at all, but it also doesn't hurt anything by being implemented. So I think it'd just make people happy. Just a new game plus. I reject calling it TVHM because, people viewed Borderlands 3 TVHM as subpar when it was actually just better because it didn't gate endgame difficulty behind an extra playthrough. It was just a new game plus. So, like, I thought that was nice. And it's a branding thing. It was named the same thing as the old approach, so people expected the old approach. Sneak attack not worth specking? No. It's additive with strength, John, so it's just bad. Sneak attack is one of the lowest value skills in the entire game. 1 point in sneak attack is 1.5 points of strength. Do you think a skill point is worth 1.5 point of strength? Because I don't.
I choose you. Don't knock me into the
You ever finished that Blizzard companion build? I kind of shelved it because it's bad.
Watch out.
Like, it was at the point where, in order to squeeze damage out of the things I was trying to make it work, it'd be like, alright, I need primordial perfect passes, and that's just not realistic at that point. So I just kind of stopped. Blizzard, not good to build around. There are situations I use Blizzard. In fact, on this build, I use Blizzard for one very specific thing. I switch from the Shadows to Blizzard when I'm fighting Gloop. Because it's a way of getting ASA enchants without getting the damage penalty from the Shadows against a target you can already auto-crit. That is the only time I use Blizzard. Otherwise, it's not a good action skill. It makes me sad, honestly. Not for this build in general. Is Arsenal a good skill, or is another one established low value options? So it depends. You get more value out of this equi with Paradigm, because it boosts 3 stats, and Paradigm checks if you're, melee and spell, it'll convert one, and you get the value of the other. You get a little more value out of that. But ultimately, And also, if you're using a Spellblade, you get more value out of Paradigm because it boosts, you know, both melee and spell increase that. But ultimately, it's low value. It's 3% per skill point. For reference, look at any other tier 1, like Eagle Eye is 4% gun damage per point. And I need to take this to get down the tree over here because I need to go back to this tier to spend points at some point. Even if I go 5 here first, I'd have to go 4 here anyway, and it's better than Arsenal. So taking both would be redundant. So in this spec, yeah, Arsenal would be a pretty bad pick. But even in other specs, it's 3% per point. And this is a game where myth rank and gear passives are so incredibly high that that's just not worth it. Skill trees are already borderline meaningless in this game unless you're getting an interaction out of the skill tree or something that you can't easily get on gear. So for example, status effect duration you can't get from gear, so that's worth. And status damage isn't in too many places, so that's still worth. Obviously you can't simulate contagion on gear alone. Exploit or weakness can't be done with gear alone unless you get that skill roll on that class combo. But like, just look at the gun damage passive here. 35.1% on just a volatile. There's Primordial above that, and we can assume it's going up even further later. So just as the game goes on, Arsenal is just going to get worse and worse. It's not a skill I really recommend, unless you have no sources of gun damage. But like, Rings, Shark's Bane is 39.4 before it increases itself on critting at volatile. There's just not really much room for Arsenal. And there's a few Stablo skills that have that problem. I'm gonna roll in Spore on my next character. Can someone sell me on it? Spore Warden has some really good enchantments, and one of the better capstones in the game. It's also got a good universal debuff from Wrath of Nature, and Headhunter is a very interactive way to get more damage on anything capable of hitting a weak spot. There's not a lot of ammo regen in the game. Spore Warden has one of the 2 sources. Also, mag size boost in tree is great. You get a ton of fire rate and move speed. You get a pet revive if you liked playing Flak. And Barrage is a good action skill with very good enchantments associated with it. Also, you get a pet that can throw it back, and is the president of the Cheeks for Weeks Club. Hey Diamonds, how you doing? Caked up mushroom. Sheesh. Leaf, how are you today? Good to see you. Those Warden's gunplay, it's like Flak and Amara baked into one. Yeah. Farming a Godroll armor for the build. Let's go. Using a bunch of weapons you might enjoy today, Diamonds. We've shot nothing but quest rewards today. I've not used a single other gun. I've only used quest rewards. And they're all performing extremely well. Goblin Repellent was just kind of okay, but the others have been incredible. Pookie's Chew Toy is A tier. A tier gun. I'm not shitposting, it's that good. Blast Rites, S tier. Headcannon, A tier. Heckwaiter, also A tier. Hey Felicia, how you doing?
Falcon's fury.
Hang on, I'm not ready yet. I overestimated my cooldown. Hang on, hang on. Wait a chance. Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute, I'm almost ready. Hang on. Okay. Seems like Gerbox really knocked it out of the park with uniques in this game. Yeah, I think so. I think so. This is a mobbing gun, by the way. Last Rites is like a mobbing gun. It just does that much single target. It's considered high damage on White Rider. Highest I've seen for a ×1 is 400. I think people have reported getting over 300 on a ×2. ×2 is the preferred variant, so something to 300 on ×2. No mechanics. Kevin, why are you sneezing? What'd you do?
Gonna need more magic.
Bonnie, I said you don't get to do mechanics. Listen. No. Sorry, the raid boss was thinking it could exist when I had a quest reward gun. Like we had to correct that difference of opinion. The nerve. Honestly. Bunny couldn't hear you over at sand. Oh, it's already gone. What is hitting me? I don't know what was hitting me. Okay. Well, I don't have my full health enchant. That's awkward. Oh, I don't need that. Okay, I just don't need it. Cool. I was not expecting that. Bloop is so easy, yet there's still some people who are like, oh, it's just a bullet sponge raid boss. I miss Borderlands 2. Like, alright. Alright. Gun looks very similar to Red Hellion. Same manufacturer. I'll just glance over your gear quickly, Quag. Want to see what you have on each slot? Absolutely, Equi. Here you go, slot by slot. Heckwaiter, didn't use it this run. Headcannon, didn't use it this run. Last Rites, did use it. Ah yes, Borderlands 2 OP10 Verastus. Don't worry, Braun. They ignore the pieces of the game they jerk off constantly to improve their bad faith arguments. Pookie's Chew Toy, love this one. Amp Echo Twin Soul with ASA LE damage. This is just a great weapon to put on any gun build. Didn't be able to have more Bullet Sponge raid bosses? It absolutely did. Doesn't make people stop making that argument though, Kirk. It's wild. The mental gymnastics. Got a Shark's-Bane, gun damage, pistol mag size shotgun crit, then Chaotic Shark's-Bane, gun damage, shotgun crit, pistol crit. Body Rune with while health is full, gun damage and crit damage. Now, this doesn't give gun damage and crit damage, this gives conditional damage in two 25% chunks that each check for either did you deal gun damage or did you deal crit damage, and you can get both. This is the same damage boost as Berserker's The Old Ways skill, as the Cursed Wit ward. It's that. So like this enchant, while it's active, is half a Cursed Wit if you need to be sold on it. That's what this enchant does. Half a Cursed Wit. Cape of Tides, not perfect. Ability crit chance does like basically nothing here. And I would want an extra point in Windrunner, but it's fine. A Theurge, Frost, Stabbo, mag size, reload speed. Jolts just enjoys BL2 more, he doesn't shit on the other just because he likes more. Exactly, be more like Jolts. Whenever I have these conversations, I'm not talking about people like Jolts and Epic who are capable of having discussions about these things on merit. I'm talking about the people who blindly start hate trains and then act as if their opinions are based off of anything other than a desire to be relevant when they can't make any other content. Spectral Talons, because I like racks. There's better spells you could put here. I just like racks, so I use this. Was a half-wit enchant? This one. Noah, this one. And then in the skill tree, Spore to cap, and then Stabbo down to Contagion. Hero stats wise, I actually go max strength, max wisdom to feed the contagion stuff and the dark magic healing a little bit. We did put some in Constitution to improve my ward buffer before it gets to my health bar, again to help keep that enchant active. And then the rest is just like 2 points in Dex, I think, and then a couple in Attunement. See the armor one more time? Sure. Cape of Tides makes all the difference in cryo stuff. Now, the soaked debuff is nerfing my body rune, but like, that's fine. It's fine. Better to spec less in Dex and put it to other things than Hammerzerker. Generally, Dex is a very low value stat. So unless you are using a lot of things that depend on crits, Dex isn't going to be worthwhile, even when you are using a lot of things that depend on crits. For instance, Dex does nothing for me during my action skill, and I have better crit chance boosts elsewhere, like for my class feat, which is the same shit. So it's just not super valuable. Remember that the crit chance from here is a multiplier to your base. So, like, yeah, it's not big. You're better off just taking other things if it facilitates interactions for your build. I have a plus 30 loot luck amulet I equip every time I get to the bunny chamber. It helps. It does. It does help Juventud. I need a fire sword explosion. I've not had the privilege yet. Since, like, a month ago. When it was a meme and I didn't pick it up. But yeah, the takeaway from today's content, chat, is try out weapons. If there's a weapon that has an effect you really like, there's probably a way to make it work. Because I'm clearing efficiently with a Heck Waiter, a Pookie's Chew Toy, a Last Rites. Goblin Repellent was okay, I wouldn't call it efficient, but it worked. And a Headcannon is fantastic. All of those are non-enchantable quest reward guns. There's quest reward melee weapons that are enchantable that are also very good. There's quest reward shields, both enchantable and not, that are very good. I've been using a quest reward ring a lot as well. The Elder Wyvern's ring. It's the only ring that gives you elemental damage. Gives you a fire damage boost. Real good. Experimentation is key in this kind of game. Unlucky. Oh well, I'll keep feeding my soul to the shotgun bunny. But later. So, I'm gonna leave this up on screen, and that's gonna be it for stream today. Just a little bit over, but standard stream stuff. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Sunday, so I'm off tomorrow. I'm pretty confident I'll want to just keep my day off tomorrow. There's always the tiny chance I stream Sundays, but I've managed to not do that in a bit, so fingers crossed. Monday, I'll have more content. There's a couple builds that I started putting together that I didn't play today because I got sidetracked by the quest award thing too much. So that'll be later. But thank you guys for all the raids today, all the love, all the support. It's been lovely. Let's find somewhere for you guys to go. Who's live this time of day? See, Lazy and Dame are on. Alec is still on. Dame doing a Spore Warden playthrough, looks like. Who else is on in the directory? Okay, Dame's been on for 5 hours. I don't want to keep her on too long. Lazy still goes another almost 3. Yeah, alright. Let's go there. Let's go there. Okay, join the raid. We're gonna say hi to Lazy. Business as usual over there. He's playing some Clawbringer. So I was flexing item diversity, and he's flexing character diversity. So you'll see a lot of people downplaying your options in this game. And Lazy's another great person who is very dedicated to disproving this sort of misinformation. Raid message. Let's do... Pookie's Quag Aim. Go ahead and copy that. That'll be the raid message. Have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. Once again, I appreciate all the support. A lot of gift subs, bits, and everything today. Everyone who raided, all the raiders who stayed, you're amazing. I appreciate every single one of you. And I'll be happy to catch you all 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 9:30-ish a.m. Eastern on Monday. Have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. Bye!